and all good words about me. And finally, saying the purpose of NEP and ultimately, and that leads to the importance of this session, skill development. And I understand this as it's the 7th day or 8th day, 7th day, no, of the program, or the last day of the program. Is it the
Yes,
last?
sir. Yes, sir. This is the last day of our program.
Yeah, so you all have well experienced with what has been happening with the various themes. And I'm very especially thanks to Professor Director of SDG for arranging me, for providing me this option of interacting with you, and to the principal and the coordinator of this program. Sorry, the name I couldn't make out. Yeah, because, okay. So for providing me all these options and for the very warm welcome. And regarding this topic, yes, during introduction, sir has correctly said it's a very important thing. Ultimately, this is all about our students getting the right skills, and that will lead to their success, and also importantly, the economy of the country. And my presentation will be, it will not be non-stop talk. I'll be taking you to some very important, very interesting technological advancements, also videos, to show that there are certain areas where at national level, we are falling behind the many countries. Okay, and education and research and all that is involved, and what are the implications. Okay, so that is the beginning. So certainly it is not going to be monotonous. And if you have questions, you can message in the group, or you can, okay, I prefer that, so that I can, in between, I'll check it and I'll answer you. Okay, so with your permission, I would start sharing my screen. I hope it is visible. Okay. My screen has been shared. It is visible now. One moment. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir. Your screen is visible.
Okay, because now, yeah. Okay, so I hope that is not going to be. So what you see here, the first screen, my introduction, my level and all, skill development. The second one, this is all about what long ago there has been this statement from Franklin Roosevelt, 1940, while interacting with the University of Pennsylvania faculty members. His observation. Remember 1940, American president of that time, is a renowned, his early education and all have given here, very learned person. Background from Harvard University, Berkeley University and all, 1940. But what he told the teachers there, we cannot build a future for our youth. If your students or my students come and ask me what to do next, what answer we can give to them? We cannot. But instead, we can always build our youth for the future. And this is exactly what that great person, Franklin D. Roosevelt, that was a World War period. He was a president of the country during the period, World War I, II. So he emphasized that we cannot give a future for our youth, but we can equip our youth with what? Skills, knowledge, skills and knowledge. That's why the last were also very carefully resilience, adaptation. Because many times what happens, students with their education, and often I cite the example of many of the students who got admissions in various top-rated universities in Canada. And recently Canadian government changes have happened. And that led to a situation where they are unable to get their PR or jobs there because the priorities of that country. It happened to many of the people who has gone there with the engineering degrees and pursued the computer courses, computer-related and IT-related courses. And to their utter shock, Canada government has removed it from the priority list. And ultimately that led to a scenario where the students are helplessly placed. Imagine a situation, spending their parents' money and reaching a place, and after 3-4 years come to know they are not going to be in the job market, or they are not going to get the kind of job they thought about after spending 50-75 lakhs of rupees. And parents also definitely struggling because they send them with all the great hopes and all. So in such conditions, what is the next option? And that's what we call resilience. So all these students from our institutions, whether engineering, medical, technology, whatever might be, when they go out, we cannot know. Now the things have changed so much. So we can provide them skill and knowledge. Our institution should be providing skills and knowledge and the resilience, which will enable them to persist. And I take you to one more quote from Rabindranath, from another great person's quote. Rabindranath Tagore's quote. That's very important because we teachers are, I would say, including myself, we all belong to the earlier generation. Unfortunately or fortunately, we are placed at this transitional phase. New mode of teaching has become necessary because of the modern technological changes. I'll be taking it later. Some interesting videos are there. Okay. But what Rabindranath quote, you see 1940, Franklin Roosevelt telling 1940, and Rabindranath Tagore also long ago stating that. What did he say? He simply said, don't try to teach the children what we learned. Instead, tell them, teach them what is required for today's learners. I did my UG, PG, PhD agreed. And if I try to persist with what I learned during my UG, PG period or same style, and you and me know that it has changed a lot. And that's exactly what this great person has said long ago. Don't limit a child to your own learning because he or she was born in another time. So the generation shift is there. Our past learning may not equip the present generation for their future. How correct all these statements? The next one. Yeah, this is another slide which you have to consider very important. Normally, all my presentation slides I share with the members. You read it. Future of jobs in India. See, colleges, universities, students are there. They are there for what? We all, during our period of time, we all looked for the same. We want to get a job. Unfortunately, after degree, we got a job and we are happy. What are the present generation? And what this particular international forum, very well recognized one, says about World Economic Forum. Many of me have visited it. Future of Jobs Report 2025. It is a April 17, 2025 article. They have a number of, if you are a member of this particular, if you enroll with their World Economic Forum, but I would say it is a little costly. But when that become free, you can listen what they have said. AI or green energy, a lot of talks. Anyway, so this topic is about the future of jobs in India. And what is their finding? It's very relevant. Very relevant. Not only about the future, but for us also. Companies operating in India, they are finding that is, they are not getting the talent pools. to fill the emerging roles, emerging vacancies. Companies operating in India, they are finding that students are not skilled enough to be employed. And this is a World Economic Forum Future of Jobs Report 2025. Global average, yes, globally this subject is there, but our case is, it is more than 47%, nearly 70%. So what are the tasks the companies, what steps the companies are thinking? Very seriously read it. Companies are saying, removing the degree requirements. After +2, let the students come to us. We will provide them the skills needed. And what is the message here? If you are seeing companies like Wipro, TCS, or so many other countries, Reliance Energy, if they are going to, or they are offering courses, because the students getting employed there, definitely they can walk in with the skills they learn. That's the purpose. So companies are indirectly, statement says, the degrees which we are providing them, that is not sufficient for the present day youngsters. Your mine, UG, PG students get a job. It's a way, and this is from the World Economic Forum. And another thing, what about the future of jobs? Future of jobs in India. Future of jobs in India, that's another various subject. And the serious subject. Fastest growing jobs are all in technology related roles, specialists in big data, AI, and cyber security management. And that's what. So what does it mean for you and me and all? We may not be in this field, but it has become necessary for us to get the training. And that's what? Upskilling and reskilling. If you know the basics, yes, that's fine. Go for upskilling. Reskilling. If you don't know about it, learn it. Otherwise, this is where the jobs are going to be. So, and this blue color statement, World Economic Forum of Executive Opinion Survey, India falls behind. You take it like compare with India and China. I'll be taking you to more into China later. If companies are saying that when it comes to finding skilled employees in the local labor market, means locally trained students from our colleges and universities, yes, they are not happy. So they look forward to hiring foreign labor. So this is how things are happening around us. And it has precipitated to such a level, as you can see in the next one. Next level, there are going to be a lot of jobs. The World Economic Forum says 170 million new jobs is global report, 2030. But the problem is that's all in the new fields, newly created jobs. They will be with the new area which I said. Skilling become necessary with the old traditional skills. This 117 million will not be there. So many of our students will not be getting jobs. And then you read this one. You and me all know that 65% of our +2 students or the CBSE or state syllabus, whatever might be that, they are doing degrees which are not aligned with their interests or capacities also. We push them into these schools. See, many are not fit enough to be in colleges. Tell you frankly, you and me know that. But just for the sake of degree, they come there. And sometimes, many times, what happens? They may not get the ideal choices. They learn, they join whatever course comes. A person who doesn't know the basics of maths or physics or not much of science, he goes for science courses and abilities. So ultimately what happened? Students ill-equipped for job market. They all have degree, all are graduates, but unemployment will be there. Okay. And this is another very important one. Career counseling platform, Mindler 2019 survey, not very recent one. And they found out that 93% of Indian students, why do we say survey has been for the students? I would say parents also. We teachers also come under this category. Most majority of us, we know these 7 conventional careers to advise the students. Doctor, engineer, accountant, teacher, civil science, yeah, all those. Okay, 7 of them. But there are 250 career options in 40 domains. I will share the link with you. Yeah, because I'm not going to give the list of all these 250 career options, but 40 domains. So what happened in colleges? Many of our students, we ourselves know that they are not fit for, or they are not interested. They should have gone for something else. So that's what happening. That's what I written here. Many students are doing careers that won't be good for them. And then what happened? They come out with their degree and they go to industry and struggles because the new fields, most of the industries, they required skilled youngsters. Okay. So reason is already mentioned. Yeah, family, societal pressure and all. And this data may be of interest to you. I'll share it later. 250 career options, 40 domains. I have listed. Yeah, there are 5,000 job types are there. In addition to doctor, engineer, MBA, IAS, and all those. For example, this is a long list. You can just take the example of hospitality and tourism, event manager, everywhere, travel consultant, or hotel revenue analyst. For language field, we know only the grammar, English, the literature that way, English teaching or the local language teaching. Other than that, translator, copywriter. So there are various options are there. Okay. So students, based on their tastes, when they are offered these courses, they can go for it. But we are not offering them. And that's what with the NEP, National Education Policy, what the government of India wants or all of us to do, because we are the teachers who decides our curriculum, is to see that we are bringing in this particular vocational training into our syllabus or the curriculum. Syllabus is not curriculum. Anyway, I'll take you to the next one. You are all familiar with the age pyramid, I hope. Social sciences or biological science teachers know that this is age pyramid. Here on the right side, you see Indian age pyramid. India with the 2024, 1.4545. Now it is 46 billion. Okay, on the other side, China, 2024, 1.42 billion. So that's why we say now we are the most populous. That's all agree. But each age class, the population is split in different age classes. How many are there in the 0 to 5? How many are there in the 5 to 10? How many are there in the 10 to 15? All these age classes are there. And you can see the lowest age class, the 0 to 5. 0 to 5 with 4% in India, whereas you compare with China, there will be 2%, 1.9%. So each one is an age pyramid, and each bar represents an age class, 0 to 5, 5 to 10, 10 to 15. And here you can see it is pyramid shape. In the case of typical pyramid shaped Indian case, that means our base is broader and we have a very young population. On the other side, you see Chinese population. There the base is becoming narrow. That is, people in the 0 to 5 age group, only 2%, whereas India has 4%. And this is what we have read in our newspapers for the long period of time. Or the newspapers saying that India is having a very young population, and we are blessed with 65% of the population under the age of 35, whereas China is having only 41%. But later analysis that led to a sad revelation, that is What is that? Unemployment. People in the 2024, nearly 2000 data, 45% are without the jobs. Employment numbers are falling, qualifications, all are getting degree, UG, PG, so many degrees are coming out. But jobs are not there. And the reason it has been analyzed as we all have theoretical learning, which is some theory. Skills are not there. That's what I have mentioned in the previous slides. India struggles. World Economic Forum has said nearly 70% are not fit. Their skills are not meeting the industrial requirements, practical learning, industrial events, life skills also. How to work in a setup institution. And they are not having that kind of training. And this is the tragedy. So we have seen two aspects. On one, I said India is having a high number of young population. And that is what everyone glorified as demographic dividend. Yes, it is demographic dividend is agreed. But the problem is they are without jobs. So what's the problem? Suppose all you and me teaching so many students, they are all going out. If they become unemployed, what may happen? And that's a serious question. What may happen or what's happening? Am I audible? I can continue. You are seeing my videos and I will be definitely sharing these links and which you can refer and read later. Is it okay? Someone give me the answer. Okay. Yeah. Hello. Is it audible? Is it okay?
Yes, sir. You are clearly audible.
Okay, you just say yes or no, that's all. Otherwise, no, I do not know. Okay, if anything goes wrong, no, inform. Okay, so this is the tragedy. Why this title? This is another good article from Hindu newspaper. August 29, 2025. India demographic is a time bomb. That's what I said. All the students which we are teaching, if they are remaining unemployed, they will become unhappy. And that is what we call as a liability. What liability? Unemployed people definitely see after 3-4 years of studying the colleges, and if they are not getting jobs, definitely they will become unhappy, and that unhappiness will spread in the society, and that will be a problem for the country itself. That's why it is known as a time bomb. It can burst at any time. So what to do? India demographic, there was a good article, and this was in the newspaper. Okay, that you can read it later. Okay, and then I'll take you to the next part. This is about the industrial revolution. Why this is all happening? See, you and me all studied, we got DD and all, we got jobs. Then how come the present generation is not getting jobs? And that is what comes into industrial revolution. Industrial revolution. First, you have to understand. See, first industrial revolution, 1760, 1840 period. And that is the period one, steam engine, mechanization and steam power. James Watt, 1765, discovered steam power. Steam engine started. Steam engines, sorry, James Watt. And that led to what happened? For that, now you have to see this image. See, before the arrival of all these steam engines, people were traveling. My great-grandfathers, your great-grandfather, everyone. We were depending on animal power. You look at this image on the right side, bullock cart. We were using some 150 years ago, bullock carts mostly for transport and transport agriculture. Here you can see agriculture, no tractor tiller, and for pumping water from well, no electric motor, nothing. And this was how life was going on, pre-industrial revolution period. Arrived this machine, then what happened? People, lot of industries came. textile, coal, railroad. People can move from, you are in Maharashtra, from here you can go to Bombay or to Delhi or to Calcutta. Transportation. So what happened? Social transformation also happened. What is the social transformation? That's why you read this slide. First one, industrial revolutions, major changes, how goods are produced. That's okay. But it transformed the industry, economy, society also. Previously, people were living in a village. And how long you can travel in a bullock cart? You just imagine, you are living in a period some 200 years ago. Now it is 1920. You were in 1820 in your village and no car, no scooter, nothing. How far you will go? And what kind of job? It's all in the agriculture, entirely agrarian society. But this arrival of this mechanization, steam engine led to the transformation, factory, urbanization. Those who are skilled enough, and adventurous also, who are fed up with the agriculture kind of life, they went out. Okay, so economy started changing. That's why we say Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2 also same thing happened. Industrial Revolution 2 happened with what? Arrival of electricity. Mass production electricity. So if electricity made more faster, hydroelectric energy, dams and all. So that led to the situation where more factories, more intensive production, faster production. And Henry Ford, he is labeled for bringing in this assembly line. To understand what is assembly line, I'll take you to this Charlie Chaplin movie bit from the YouTube, which you can watch it there. And you just see that. See, movies represent now 1940 movie. It is actually 1930, sorry, 1936 movie, modern times of that period. Okay. So this is the Industrial Revolution 2 period. Assembly lines are there. See, imagine you can see people are sitting in a factory and they are working from morning to evening. Same job they do from morning to evening. Life, definitely it will be quite boring. But there only these kind of jobs were present at that time. Okay. So what's wrong with that? And to understand that, I'll take you to, you just see what was the mindset and what was the kind of lifestyle of that period. One moment. Okay. I'll take you to the video. I'll share it with you. Thank you. Bye. One moment. Now I'll share with you a video and which you have to just see it. Can you see this video?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So while watching this one, no, this is a second industrial revolution period. Assembly lines, electricity, more and more faster production. So morning to evening, people will be working in a factory. And what are the kind of life and all that's agreed. And what kind of skills were required also, you'll get a broader idea. But this is a satire. 1936 modern times talk about how was the factory situation during that period. A second industrial revolution. So I end the video there. The remaining part of the video, you watch it later. Okay. So what I want to show there, actually the kind of life how it was going on, that is the second industrial revolution, and what transformation it brought into the society. And with the arrival of factories, mindset of people, and you are seeing the modern talking, you know, that fellow getting crazy and all. So that was a kind of life. That's all we can say about it. Okay. So now I go to the next one. So Industrial Revolution 2. Then we come to third Industrial Revolution. And during this third Industrial Revolution, what happened? This is the period we all, 1950, 2000, digital arrival of computers and automation also, early part of robots, automation. So computers, electronics arrived. And this is a period now, if you turn back, you just imagine 1990, that is a period when computers started coming into our life. I clearly remember because that is a period when even Windows was not available. Windows, Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, this all came around 91, 92. That is the period. Now, can you think about a period where we are living without any of this? If somebody comes to our institution who doesn't have access to or knowledge of this one, computer knowledge, they'll find a struggle. Okay. So anyway, that is a period when, as I said, we have my video, is it visible? Oh, sorry, PowerPoint?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little unfamiliar with this Zoom. Okay, so that's fine. So here what happened, automation, robot is coming, that's fine. Computers are there. You think about the period when COVID came, 2020, 21, 22, we all struggled. Imagine, there are many teachers who were unwilling to use PowerPoint or not, I would not say unwilling, who were not knowing the basics of using laptop and PowerPoint and all. We all forced to learn it. If we are not doing that, what might have happened? Definitely, students would have been complaining. Our management would have been, your college management or whatever might be that, they would have been telling you, you are not fit. That we would have run into a lot of problems. That's all I want to say. Okay. So, and similarly, what happened? The same during same period, 95, 2000 period when this internet banking also came. The senior managers, they all struggled. Not the present generation managers, because vast majority are from engineering background and all. Anyway, and they're all, they know very well how to do the internet banking and all. But this period, we have seen many managers struggling in tackling the youngest age, because it is a third new phase of a revolution, third industrial revolution. And third industrial revolution needed what? People who are basic knowledge, digital technology, computer technology, computers. Okay, so that is a third phase. So 1950, 2000, you and myself, we are there. And we go to the next one. And that is a very serious one. Please do read it carefully. Third industrial revolution. So what I told in the beginning, industrial revolutions, the top line, you read it. Each revolution transformed industry, economy, and society. Agree? Okay, that's the first part. And then what happened? Smart factories, self-learning machines, and highly automated production. And that's what happening now. I have cited one example, Tesla. In one of their videos, they are saying they require just 30 seconds, maybe 1 minute, to assemble a car, automated car manufacturing. When all the components are brought together, if you are working in a Tesla factory, you will see that they are making a car within 30 or 1 second, sorry, 1 minute. within 1 minute. Okay, and that's all with machines are interacting, not human beings, analyzing data and make decisions. And I'll take you to the video. There you can see how the cars are being painted, how the various comments are being added, and how this all being systematically done. So what's the core point here? Developed countries, you will see this kind of scenario, and they require talented youngsters to work in such factories. And I'm going to take you to another video that will be very interesting.
Did you know that Tesla produces
One moment, I'll share it with-
Tesla and 30?
Just 1 moment. Now we are seeing another video, and where this Tesla, what they do. This little push forward it, because not the whole thing you have to see. Okay, and this is less. I would say it's the period when all this automation came, and here you will be talking a boisterous talk of Tesla, but they were beaten in their business by Chinese.
Okay. But for this test,
Yeah.
so Tesla makes a few different cars, like the Model S, X, and 3, and they all go together a little differently. But for the sake of today's example, we're going to focus just on Tesla's most popular vehicle, the Model Y, and specifically the Model Y variation that they are building at the Gigafactory in Texas, because this is the most clear example of how Tesla makes a vehicle in a way that no other company on Earth can match. The first stage of this process is going to be fabricating the various panels and vehicle structure that make up the Model Y body. To do that, Tesla is going to use a process called stamping. This is pretty simple. You have two halves of a die mold that hold the shape of the part that you want to make. Then you place a sheet of metal in between those two halves. Typically, that's going to be aluminum, and then the machine stamps down on that sheet of metal to form it into the desired shape. There are going to be dozens of these stamping machines involved in fabricating all of the components that make up the body structure. The next step from there is going to be piecing them all together. That's where the big robot arms and conveyor belts start to come into play. They are welding together all of those stamped pieces to begin forming the skeleton of the Model Y body, moving from one robot down the line to the next, each one adding a new piece of the puzzle. This is what they call the body in white stage of the process. The car is not actually white at this point. It doesn't have any paint at all. I don't know why they call it that. But once the skeleton frame is complete, they're going to start attaching all of the body panels, like the fenders, the doors, the hood, and the trunk. These can't just be slapped on by robots. So there are going to be workers attaching and bolting down all of this bodywork. In theory, they would be ensuring that everything is fitted perfectly straight and even. But in practice, Tesla has been known to fall short on that aspect, though apparently Giga Texas is turning that around with nice, tight fits on the bodywork. From there, we go on to the paint shop, where the assembled body gets sprayed with primer and then sanded down to a level surface. Then it goes through a whole series of spraying and dunking and drying sessions, getting multiple layers of paint and gloss, depending on the finish. White is the easiest, that's why it's the cheapest. Red is the most complicated, with multiple layers of color and metallic speckles, and that's why it's more expensive. After the paint is dried, buffed, and polished, the body goes off to have all of the interior paneling fitted, the electronics wired up, and the glass installed. Now, simultaneous to all of that, there's going to be a separate process going on to manufacture the Model Y's underbody and powertrain. For that, they're going to start with a structural battery pack. This creates the central frame section of the vehicle, in addition to holding all of the 4680 battery cells, along with the integrated cooling and electrical architecture. Then to that battery pack, they are going to directly bolt on the front and rear Giga castings, and that is the entire underbody ready to go in a few steps. The electric motors are then integrated into the Giga castings, one in the front and one in the back. Each is connected through a gearbox into the drive axles for all 4 wheels. The suspension is all tied into the castings, and the brakes and wheels are added to create a big rolling structure, kind of like a skateboard. Then on top of the battery pack, they are going to lay down the carpeted flooring, attach the center console and interior trim, and then bolt down all 4 seats directly to the top of the structural battery pack. Then the last big step is going to be to drop the finished body directly on top of the frame and powertrain assembly. The two are connected together by a series of bolts all around the perimeter of the structural pack and castings. From there, the Model Y gets the finishing touches from a team of people doing the final quality control. Again, in theory, this is where any defects and issues are identified and fixed before the vehicle rolls out to be delivered to the customer. Now, that is how the process works at Giga Texas, and it's fairly similar at Giga Shanghai. So now you have some additional context for how incredible it is that all of that can be done so efficiently that they can produce a brand new Tesla every 30 seconds at the Shanghai factory. Have you heard of the sneaker company Vessi? They are today's sponsor and my favorite area.
So this is a clear example of what's happening in the modern factories, modern industry, and what kind of skills are required there. And that is our key point here. We are seeing Industrial Revolution 1, Industrial Revolution 2, I have mentioned. Now it is Industrial Revolution 4th one. So in this phase of Industrial Revolution, this is one example. Who are required? Highly skilled, talented individuals, engineer or science graduate, who might be that. Highly skilled, who can develop and control this kind of advanced systems. Okay, so you have seen that. So that's what we call Industrial Revolution changes, and we are in this world now. The earlier one was, which as I told you, that was all about, we were seeing third Industrial Revolution. Yeah, it was arrival of computers only. Before that, second Industrial Revolution, that is 1940, or the movie, Charlie Chaplin movie, 1930-40, that is the period. Electricity came. Yeah, in those days, highly unskilled people also. Large unskilled workforce like this, they could get job. Sorry. It was slightly transformed. Third Industrial Revolution, computers. And we born during this period. Now we are in the next phase, namely fourth Industrial Revolution period, Industry 4.0, and AI, robotics and all controlling. And as you have seen in the case of Tesla, there are various companies. It is not only Tesla alone. Now almost all the entire automobile industry, international ones, Volkswagen, BMW, Toyota, Honda, there are a number of videos you can see that. They all have plans like that, who are required. And I take it to the next one. And this is not only industry, car industry alone. One moment. There are, you are seeing this one? Agriculture, agro-based industries, robotic harvesters. You might have seen in the YouTube videos and all. Now robotic harvesters are there. AI-driven tractors, drones, not only in the one scenario, war. And then some examples are here, which you can will share later. So that's about the agriculture. And then other industries. For example, food processing, robots in food industry, tunnel automation, and textile and garment industry, sewing machines, stitching machines, robotic. And this is cobot. That's for garment handling. That's also robot only. And fabric cutting. And all these number of videos are there. I'm not going to take that. I'll share with you. You can see it later and understand what's happening in these fields. So that is the current trend, not trend, current requirement. So food packaging and all these fields, automation, robotics. Yeah, that is happening. So who are required? All these industries. And there is another interesting video you can see later. 500 million pencils are being manufactured within no time in the many Chinese factories using this same machineries. So what is required? Reskilling. Now we know why this skilling is important. The kind of education which we are giving to our children. I would say children means our own students. How can they get employment? Suppose they are going to some other country, or these companies are coming to our country. They are not fit enough to be there. So what's the challenge? This is challenge. Global workforce require reskilling. Okay. Automation, AI, that is there. Higher productivity, fewer workers. And what is the requirement? Skill. Highly skilled workers. Repeatedly, I'm saying. Proficient in technology, programming, AI, data analysis. Yes. Unskilled and semi-skilled education, if they are getting, they became jobless. And that's what I have shown you with the age pyramid in India, what's happening. 45% of the youngsters are without job, unable to find a job. So this particular statement, large population is a benefit or not? Demographic dividend. Yes, we have a good population. It will be beneficial if the workforce is educated and skilled in relevant technologies. Otherwise, countries with large populations, they should train their youngsters. So that leads to investing in education and vocational training in technology. When I say AI or whatever might be that, any field for that matter, whether it is social science or biology science, whatever might be that, it requires investment and also training. So what's the economic impact? And that is the key point. When I told you for countries with large population, most of my next set of slides will be comparing India versus China. And these are the articles, it come often in our newspapers. Millions of our educated youngsters are without jobs. Policies fail to bridge the gap between skill and job market demand. Why so many Indian graduates unemployable? NDTV, Frontline, very serious articles there, right? How India squanders. We have demography, youngsters are there, but how it is being wasted. Take you to next one. And if you have any questions now, you can ask me. I'm repeatedly saying the same. Hello. Okay, I can continue.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the points which I'm raising is skill development, why it is important. I don't know. Yeah. So in all the NEP theme, there are 8 themes or 10 themes you have seen. And ultimately what happened, as I told you, there was a time when you and me and all, as a youngster, UG, PG completed, where to get a job. And we got it. What are the current one? Times have changed. Okay, I take it next one. Here you see world's 10 largest 10 economies. Yes, India is 4th now. This is the last year data. Now it's the 4th largest GDP wise. India is the largest economy. That is very good news. But you see who are number 1 and number 2. Number 1, yes, they remained unchallenged for a long period of time. Remember 1940, I said, Franklin Roosevelt. Well-educated, visionary, and he was given the kind of direction, and that all helped that country. Okay, 1940s and all. Then second one is China. And this is in $1 trillion, the figure is $30 trillion, $20 trillion. And here all you see 4 like that. What's the difference between these two? This 19 and Indian 4.7. They are 5 times richer than us. Who? Nearby country, China. Same population. And in 1985-90 period, they were poorer than us. And this is where we stand now. GDP. So largest economies in the world, these are the 10 of them. Okay. And the next one, This will be about per capita income, per capita, per head. Same 10 list I have shown here. And among that, the China, India, Brazil, I have marked because all others are in the Western world. You see that Indian per capita income is 7,000 plus. Brazil is 17, 5 digits. China, 5 digits. All other countries, you leave it. And why they have reached this level? Education and skill development. If you are seeing China export-oriented economy, agreed. How come they are exporting? We are all buying from them. How they have reached that level? Productive, skilled workforce. Okay, and that takes you to another section. Education and economic development. It has been a wonderful study. Social sciences people know that. Faculty members, Hanushek and Eric Hanushek and Wasserman, Ludger Wasserman. In 2021, Oxford Research Encyclopedia, Economics and Finance, the knowledge capital concept. If you are investing in education for your child, if that is proper education, he will sail along. I'm not talking about education, buying education. The right one based on the skill of that child. Okay. So anyway, so long-run economic growth is a function of cognitive skills of the population. What is cognitive skills? Cognitive skills. Cognitive skills is the last one, I would say, sorry, are the capacities of my brain's capacity to think, learn, and remember. And they are important for our everyday task. So the point here is long-term economic growth is a function of cognitive skills of population, a nation's population, Indian population. And the scientists, econometric scientists, I would say economists or econometrists, they found that based on the 40 years of data analysis in Latin America. Latin America is the Argentina, Brazil, Chile, South America in together, entire South America continent. And based on that study, they saw that 40 years of government spending years led to number of schools, good number of schools, engineering, everything, colleges, everything in South America. But economically, they did not grow. The reason is cognitive skill of the population. Or in other words, math, science, skills plus critical thinking. It doesn't mean math, science alone. There are other things. I'm coming to that. Critical thinking, problem-solving capacities of the population is the factor. And to measure that, there are certain international exams. And I'm taking you to one exam, namely PISA. Funny name, not the other PISA. Program for International Student Assessment. International Student Assessment. It is run by an international organization called OECD, 38 countries of the world, developed countries, and their aims are good only. They want that overall growth. Global economy, social well-being. What does that mean? See, India becoming poor and China becoming richer. That is not good for anybody at all. There will be a lot of problems between these two countries. America is the best example. Donald Trump, if he wants to build a Trump wall around Canada and Mexico, why? Mexico is poor. People from poor Mexico, they enter into US and do all dirty jobs. Killing, drug, everything. Colombia and all examples. Okay, so that's why. At the same time, all are more or less equal. There will be social well-being, and that's what this OECD thinks about. And for them, education is a key area, improving education systems and outcomes. And for that, they have these exams called International Student Assessment. What is the purpose of that International Student Assessment? Testing the education systems of countries. Indian education system, Canadian education system, British education system, compare. And for that, there's an international test. It is a well-acclaimed test. It has been there for a very long period of time. And this 2 hours test, 15-year-old peoples. Who are the 15-year-old peoples? The 10th and 11th standard students. 5,000 member of them from each country, 5,000. They appear for this test and their capacity, cognitive skills. If from India, 5,000 students are appearing, their cognitive skills in science, maths, reading, and the ability to solve problems in new unfamiliar conditions. Remember, this is not a pre-coached subject at all, not like our entrance engineering exam, where they buy a lot of things. That's not happening here. They are given reading material, read it, and there's a capacity. This happened. So, all in all, 80 countries wrote the test in 2009. Sorry, now also same trend. That's what I remember. Every once in 3 years. And who are the top pairs? Top pairs are from Asia, but only one difference. All from Southeast Asia. Southeast Asian countries. Singapore, China, Japan, Taiwan, South Korea, Hong Kong. See, this is, I'm talking about the World International Test, where people from Finland, students from Finland, New Zealand, UK, Poland, all the countries, they're all writing. One moment, sorry, made it confusing. So we are talking about the PISA test. So in PISA test, what happened? This is what. So all these countries wrote. Those countries, the top pairs are in green color. Top countries, 27, green color. And the red ones are the lowest performers. And then the middle color, orange color, this one, middle placed. Yeah, okay. And all these Africa, entire Africa did not participate. Russia did not participate. India did not participate. And that's this color. So here you see 3 patterns. The top is, they are the economically and the most developed countries. Latin America trailing behind, and the middle income groups are there. Then other countries who did not participate. And this article I have taken from the Wikipedia. You can read it in the Wikipedia. And the question here is, India did not go for PISA 2022. It is not only 2022. From 2009 onwards, we did not participate. Why? We participated once with all good intentions, but among the 74 countries in 2009 who participated in the PISA test, our rank was 73. And thereafter, Government of India did not go for this test. We'll be having our reasons to say all those, but what might be that? 2012, 15, 18, 22. Last year there were some plans, but did not. And it doesn't mean all rich countries are the top ace. See, remember, this is about the plus 2, 15-year-old students, 15-year-old students of a country writing the exam. For what? Test the education system. And even countries from, who are the top ace, as I said, Southeast Asian countries top ace. Canada, Ireland all behind, America behind, America 18, Sweden 19, 20th, Belgium. And Germany was not in the top ace list. And the Wikipedia article says the German government was so much embarrassed and disturbed, and they ordered for a total evaluation of their education system. See, we understand Germany is such a big industrialized nation, World War I, World War II, whatever might be, then after that also. But their students were not as good as these 220 countries. India did not. Okay, so this is the test. And then we will go back to, as I told you about all these, education and economic development. So the point here is cognitive skill of the population. It can be understood whether certain tests are there. So the countries where the tests are there, they were doing good. And what is these cognitive skills? What is cognitive skills? You are all familiar with this image, Bloom's taxonomy. I'm not going to teach you Bloom's taxonomy again. Here, what you see in the Bloom's taxonomy, when we send your kid or my kid or your kid, who might be at a school, lower order thinking skills, that's what happened in the initial years. Lower order thinking skills. Student remembers, studies a lot of things. By hearting is necessary. then they start understanding, and then they start applying it. To explain that, I'll take it to the next PowerPoint. That will be easier. So what you have to see here, all what we see, there are two steps are there in the education learning. One is, as you see here, the first category, namely, the lower order thinking skills. Then comes the higher order thinking skills. Okay, higher order thinking skills and lower order thinking skills. Sorry, I got again shuffled. It happens sometime. Yeah. Okay. So what is this lower order thinking skill, higher order thinking skills and all? First one is, first part, lower order skills. Cognitive skills you're talking about. Okay, your cognitive skill might skill everything. So first is remembering, memorizing multiplication table. It happens in our schools and colleges. Then understanding, yes, our students understand meaning, translation, everything happens. And then the third one, applying. Yes, what they learn, they start applying. What they learn from the school. Mathematical formula to solve a real problem, or a grammar in English, or economic principles, whatever might be that. Okay. And next one is, next level is, cognitive skill is higher order thinking skills. That's what this image says. Lower order thinking skill, higher order thinking. So higher order thinking skills involves from what you have learned in the college and all, how far you can analyze, evaluate, and create. That's the question. Analyzing. So you just take your students, how far they have analytical capacity, independent analytic capacity. If someone asks you, if you tell them, analyze the reason for all the current the tariff war, not tariff, reciprocal tariff war between America and China, or America and India, how many of them can analyze it, do it? Evaluate the reason, you tell them to do, how far? Definitely they will go for AI, but that won't help, no, person to person, how far they know it. Or any subject you have taught them, ask them to evaluate, ask them to read a newspaper, a scientific paper, how many? And last one, with all the education, UG, PG, PhD, creativity, useful tools. Maybe you're writing a good research paper. You and me know that how difficult it is to write a good research paper. How many of our students can do it? Or how they aims? And next one, music. It is not science alone. Creativity, I said. All the music, from where it is coming. If forget about the Hollywood music alone, not Bollywood, in Hindi music. Globally, which economy is growing? Composing music. Or it can be writing novels, books, or maybe a solar panel. Now the solar panels are all coming from China. They have beaten India, and our solar panels are nearly 1.5 times costly compared to Chinese made. A cheaper solar panel alternative that will help the country. How far? So that is possible. That's what we call as the creativity. This all comes into the category creativity. Okay. So creativity is the pinnacle, the topmost of cognitive skill. And that is connected to the research, and already someone else has taken your research, so that part I'm leaving. Okay. So ultimately, the question here, education, economic development, countries where students are having high cognitive skills, population having high skills. Cognitive skill means thinking capacity, remembering capacity, creativity. Those countries are marching ahead. This is what happened, and that is what this PISA test has shown. Based on the PISA test, it has been found out that is the education system. And what is the need for this test? This test is meant for not analyzing the capacity. It is a comparison is there. You can see that program for international student assessment, PISA. What is the reason? What is the use? Helps to identify educational shortcomings and regional shortcomings. If our students, 5,000 from this country, after writing the test, they are not reaching at that of And this I have many personal experience. Many of my students, I don't know, I have been associated with the college for a long period of time. One of the topmost colleges, many students got admission in international universities. And after reaching there, they found out that they have their own lot of issues. Issues means they have certain problems. They point blankly told me, sir, we all teach a lot of mugging up, all by hearting, theory learning. Whereas in their system, +2 degree and all, they go to field, practical exposure. They don't by heart all these things like us, but they have a lot of practical exposure and they know how to analyze. So many students now, yeah, directly join for the PG, post-graduation program. Their MSc second year or MA second year, they have one semester, there will be a thesis that is almost equal to a PhD thesis. It's very difficult and no copying, nothing at all. So regional where improvements are needed, that's what I'm saying. Then benchmarking. What do you mean by when we say Singapore is the topmost in the PISA test or Japan is the topmost? That means that, remember the Singapore was in 2009, they were the 5th in rank. Now currently, this small country, yes, that advantage is there. They are the topper, best education system. That means there are a lot of reasons. Better understanding about what works, what doesn't. Yeah, I didn't tell you. And my students are telling, see, those who are in the Western world, they're saying, we are compared with mostly Pakistan and Bangladesh. We are all alike. And the Chinese, Vietnamese and all, they do it in different way, which they struggle. But anyway, they came up, that I agree. I'm talking about the students who we have taught with our education system, complaining to us, we are not able to match with them. They struggled, literally weeping. I'm talking about very quality students who got admission in the top 50, top 100 universities. Okay. And that comes the question, what is the global perspective? That's exactly what I said. When the students are saying we are being compared with Pakistan, Afghanistan, and Bangladesh, they are so shaken. And our newspaper, our media, and all glorify we are the top in the world. Yes, agreed. But somehow it is going on. Accountability. And the last question, who is responsible? When my students are coming back, tell me, sir, what you have taught you, what your college taught you, that's not much of good use for me. On our education system. And who is who's reason? We are all part of it. Our policy makers are part of it. And that's why we see NEP like initiatives, not like initiative. It is a very strong decision. Whether differences are there, whatever might be that. International quality wise, we have to come up. Otherwise, as I have shown you with the GDP rate and all, we will struggle. Okay. And that leads to the next one. The survey is, this PISA is a tool for positive change. If you are not participating, what happened? And then I'll take it next one. And the same book, yeah, they have talked about another one about East Asian miracle. Latin America, it is known as Latin American puzzle, where education, college, schools, many, but economy is not growing. But in contrast, from 60s and 90s, these countries, Taiwan, Hong Kong, South Korea, Malaysia, they all grew like anything. East Asian miracle. They were poor countries, but they shifted from agrarian economies to global manufacturing hubs. Electronics, textiles, automobiles. Best example, you take the case of Samsung and all. Earlier it was known as LG, Samsung. They are all international brands. So many of them like that. We have, but what I'm saying, these countries are the toppers like. Okay, so East Asian miracle, it is known as East Asian miracle. And what led to that? High investment education, government prioritizing, technical training, skilled workforce. So we are coming back to skilled workforce again. And there is one more test, which you can read it later. International Mathematics and Science Study, TIMSS, Boston College, USA. And this is also another test, international test in maths and science. And 4 years, once in 4 years. students of 4th standard, 8th standard, and the +2. They are writing it. And they are also East Asian countries, Singapore, China, not the entire China, Chinese Taipei, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, Hong Kong. They are the toppies. And we have company like Morocco, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, Argentina, Uruguay, Tunisia, Pakistan. This is the performance in teams. The test anyway people wrote. Our average is, we are at 478. World average is, international average is 500. What does it all mean? I'm not underwriting anything at all, but this is the reality. We were going because of our size of the country, our population size, and we have all the resources. But now we are lagging because technologically other countries are marching ahead. So we have reached the first part, and I suppose you are all there, and I'm not getting any questions or anything. If you have anything to ask me, please do. Any questions? Any comments? Nothing. Yeah, thank you, Kaustav sir, for showing up. So I can continue. It's okay. Now it is 3:22. Hello.
Yes, sir. Please.
Yeah, so what I'm requesting now I'll enter into the next phase of my presentation. And shall we start it after a break? Or no, you have to, okay, otherwise no, I will finish this part and then 10 minutes, okay? Okay, so what you see in this image, next one. So all these images, all these slides, you were talking, I was talking about mostly about industry and all those things, agreed. And this is one. Then you must be saying, sir, or somebody will tell me later, sir, we are mostly an industrialized nation. And what is our status there like? Yeah, and that leads us to this topic where you can see leading global exporters of agriculture product. Number one is America. Size is same as that of India. Okay. Second one, the white one, Netherlands. Netherlands. It is a tiny country, just like comparing America and India and Bangladesh, or India and Sri Lanka, size-wise. 1/200 and size of America. They are the second largest exporters of agriculture. And the third one is Brazil. Size-wise, Brazil, India, more or less same size. Germany, fourth one. China, fifth one. And the wonder of wonder is next one. Netherlands has reached this level using just 0.5 to 1% of their farmland. Listen carefully. It's like a small country. They are not entirely using their farmland. Instead, the field of agriculture, modern greenhouse agriculture technology, that is what they're doing. And with that, they are the second largest exporters. Okay, and how they could do that? They have the skills in agriculture. What skills? They are using greenhouse farming, and then precision agriculture. And third one, LED light to stimulate growth. Simple thing. Plants photosynthesis, their sunlight is required. Nighttime, plants are provided with LED light. LED light. So they are not making the plants to sleep. And this is what we said, the creativity, the skill, and all those things. And somebody researched out that, why don't you make these plants to produce during nighttime also? Not possible with all plants. Some plants require sleep for their activity, but they have identified some plants, many of the plants which we consume, they can be stimulated to grow with the LED light. And it's a European country, and they don't have sunlight during the entire period of winter and all, they manage. So this is what we call it as modern greenhouse agriculture technology, how they manage it. And before I go more into it, there is one more example I want to tell you, highlight also. Read it carefully. average tomato yield for hectare, 1 hectare in India, it is 3.4, I remember, acres. So 1 hectare is 20-25 tons. Netherlands, open field, open agriculture, 50-75, 3 times higher than us. But you read that remaining part, their greenhouses, they are producing 200, 250, 600 tons per hectare. High-tech greenhouses. Yes, it is costly. And they are using hydroponics, and substrate equipment. Whatever might be there. Tomato, 20-25 from 1 hectare. And here you are seeing 250, 600 tons per hectare. And added to that, you remember that less dependency on pesticides. The tomatoes which we eat and all, you and me know that it is all full of pesticides. Less dependency, productivity. And remaining part, no, I'll take you to one video. Then after that, we take a break and come back and to understand how they do it. And that is what. The topic is about skill and modern technology. So in the Tesla and all, I have showed you what skills are required, okay, for the students learn. And I'm taking you to the next part, namely agriculture. In agriculture, what skills are required? And for that, no, first we will see greenhouse bell pepper farming, how they do cultivation in Netherlands. Now 27. Yeah, or shall we start after the break? What is required? I think that is better. Okay. Now it is 3:27, so I will come back after the break and that will be fine. And before that, now I'll tell you what is greenhouses. These are greenhouses like that. Plants are grown in, crops are in a protected environment like this. So no weather condition, no pests. And inside what? Inside these plants are grown not in soil, either in water. Plant root is there. Some plants, no, like our lotus and all those plants, no, they can grow in water. You give them nutrients. That's all. And other plants, they are grown in some other substrate. And the most surprising was when I saw it is coconut fiber or rock fiber, volcanic rock, 1,001 degrees Celsius. It becomes like the scrubber which we use in kitchen. That is being utilized. Okay. So minimum, and also water level, precision agriculture, I say. So no pesticides. And like that, they have long number of greenhouse gases. Yes, certainly it requires investment. Okay. And nearly 4,000 greenhouse enterprises are there, 1.5 lakh workers. And when you see the image, you will see who are the workers there. And next one, 80% is exported. Money goes to the country. And that is what this second part is about. Okay. So hydroponic system, nutrient-rich solution, and then substrate system. Plants are growing in rock wool, coconut fiber and all. So controlled. Yeah, I'll take you to that part later. So we will take a break. I'll be back by 3:45. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, please.
सर म्हणजे आमच्या आतीतून संबंध आहे अकरापासून संबंध आहे
Good afternoon, good evening. I'm here.
Good evening, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Saga sir, for responding. So I will see the remaining part of the next session. Sorry, the same session. And that's about, we are talking about agriculture and technology, how the skills are there. And the key reason why I'm showing it here, we are not following it, and many of farming in general, they are unaware of it. Okay. If some institution can offer courses in this line, and that will be a big blessing for the Indian economy, Indian general. Okay. But anyway, first you see what they have done and what is happening in the other part of the world in the field of agriculture. And what will happen to a country like India if we persist with our old style agriculture? No chance at all. We cannot continue with our old style agriculture at all. That you watch the video, then you will come to know. One moment, I'm sharing another video. And as I told you, yeah, it will be a broader subject and will not be a monotonous preaching I will be doing. And there are some important points. And first of all, don't believe what our media says. Subsidy, all international, Western market is subsidy. That is not true. That is not true. There are, and as you are going to see in these videos and all, they have better technology. Either we should adopt it, or our farmers and our policy makers, they know it. But the only thing, the farmer level, who will take it to the farmer? And for that, the colleges and all have a great role to play. And then youngsters working. While watching the video, what you have to see, who are working in their agricultural field. I was talking about this country is the second largest exporter in the world, a small country. And how can they do it? And they are using just 1% of their land. Okay. And that is the. Okay, so I'll share it. One moment. Yes. So what you are seeing in this image is, this is interior of a greenhouse. This is the modern technology which they have been using for the past 15, 20 years. And the people who you are seeing, they are generally heavily built. They are youngsters. See, in this Nordic and Scandinavian countries, the height is around 6.1 and all. So they are tall people. And all these bags, you see, this is not plastic. It is degradable, biodegradable. And precision agriculture. And this is the roof of a greenhouse. And the size is 10 to 14 hectares. Not 1 hectare. 1 hectare is almost equal to 1 football ground. And inside such big houses, and the roof is transparent. Sunlight, when it is available, it can come inside. And it is tiltable. That is one option. And when sunlight is not there, other options like LED light. And the plants here, is not down. They are not grown using soil. Plant, they have roots. Roots require a medium. And they have researched out how the plants can be. What plants? Broccoli and all such plants. Cucumber. And you will see green chili. Everything. And this is a European country. And as I told you, they are using coconut fiber. Coconut fiber is, coconut as such, that is present only in tropical countries. And South, we waste it. It's not, I would not say waste it. Coconut is not wasted, but the coconut husk. That is, the earlier people used as a firewood. But now with the arrival of natural gas, all these gas, CNG, people don't use it. So coconut fiber, generally farmers, they simply burn it out. And there, these Europeans have found out that can be utilized instead of a soil. It has good porosity, moisture remaining. Anyway, remaining C. And this is what we call as a use of modern technology. It's actually nearly 1-year-old video. And there know how harvesting can be done or being done. It's developing is happening with the air technology. This is what I was telling, like, this is how the roof is placed and it's tiltable. And during the sunny season, sun rays. During winter season, it is closed. And it can be the pest and pesticides that can be controlled also. Yeah, that's its size and yes, definitely it's an industry. Yeah, greenhouse farming investment is required, but the technology adoption. And after seeing it all, there may be a few, I know, the questions it has come to me also. So then that's why I brought in one more video, because there were a few who asked me, so this is all possible. Yeah, it is possible now because they have the industry, economy, income and all. But remember, I'll take you to another one. The nearby country, namely, that is in Russia. Yeah, earlier USSR, Azerbaijan. In the Azerbaijan, I'll show you one more video. There, how the tomatoes are being grown. Now, what you have seen is bell pepper is capsicum. Okay. And this video is from the nearby poor country. They are poorer than India. But there for the past 10 years, this is one farmhouse. How do they do it? What happened to Zoom? Yes. Continuation of the same video, but this is from another one, and that to show this is possible not only in the most developed countries, other countries are also doing it. This is clearly visible now where the tomato, the roots are in a material, biodegradable, and there are small pipes you are seeing to the base. These are hybrid varieties of tomatoes. High productivity is there, and this is the top of the hill. And what is the size? Yeah, this is a clear-cut one. So there's a pack now where the plant root is placed, and the material is nutrients plus coconut fiber or perlite, organic rock, like that, and can be recycled. So I remember, as I told you, America, this country is 1/200 of the size of America, compared with India and Sri Lanka like. And in the small country, they are using only 1% of their land mass. 1%. This is the technology. And you please read the bottom line. This agro park attracts young employees among the local population to ensure continuity and employment of new generation. And this is a key point I want to bring to you and all. If this technology or this kind of, that's why skill is involved, agreed. And when our youngsters are skilled in this kind of technology, with the support of institutions like your college or universities, if it's an agrarian belt, if that can be shown around, that is what with the NEP and we can do. There will be a lot of takers. Youngsters will be attracted to our youngsters will be attracted, and we do not have to bother about the import from other countries. Like you hear in the newspaper, now America is going to pump in all their, yeah, they are produced like this. And their products are cheaper. Just see the size of all the thing, how it's being transported. So that's it. And why I focused upon agriculture, we'll see the remaining slides will tell you why. So in these videos, you have seen how the production, modern technology, how productivity can be increased and what is being happening here. And they have the skill, that's what. And this is another one, and directly from the websites and all, here you can see LED lighting. And take you to one example, strawberry. This is from the website of Philips. Philips India, Philips Holland. Actually, Philips is a Holland company, Netherlands company, and their advertisement. Yeah, you can see strawberries can be there. Yeah, this advertisement for not for strawberries, it is for the red light. And that's the technology being used. Don't make the plants sleep and let them do productivity, high productivity. So these greenhouse houses and again, all dimension. And this is from the various websites. Now Agri and all companies are there. And then another company, you can visit the site later. And this is the one which I told you about the agriculture substrates. Soilless growing substrate, coconut fiber. That's what you see here. And they are telling is the actually why I feel embarrassed now. I am from South India. Here we have so much of coconut in Tamil Nadu, Andhra, and everywhere. And here we are reading from the website. It has high porosity, water retention capacity. Yes, our farmers know that they keep it on the base of coconut and all to make the soil moist. But here what has happened, and this is not easily degradable also. That's another thing. This coconut fiber, all these, the rubber plus coconut fiber mixture is used in the buds, mattress and all. And same thing. And this is another thing. Rock fiber, volcanic rock, malted and heated, and they became like a soil-like, and that is being used. And this is coming back to India, why I said about India. And India, these remain same. And this actually, this particular newspaper image came to me in February 2025. I kept a copy. And what you are seeing here, farmers are drying turmeric in the Nizamabad in Andhra Pradesh. In Telangana, yes. So generally, it's a very hot area, 40, 41 degree, 14 degrees Celsius and all. Okay. And here you are seeing during the dry season, 3 farmers are drying the turmeric. Okay. And this is the technology which we have been using for the past 100 or 150 years. No change. And why these farmers are there? They are not unskilled. They are unskilled. No other job. They are here. And maybe they must be the cheap labor also. Okay. And they are available and they are, see, otherwise no. Okay. Anyway, my counter question is, you just compare with the other side of the world. There they have technologies to treat this kind of. And this is a very old, 79 years after independence, we are going like this. Okay, my question is not that. See, their children must be studying in colleges and universities. How many of them will go back and do agriculture? How many of them? At the same time, as you have seen in the greenhouses in the Netherlands or India, that Baku and all, people are happily working inside air-conditioned greenhouse fans. Modern technology. Productivity, no match at all. And these people, their children, they will not. And that is, so what is the future of agriculture in this great country? And there has been a very nice article written by one IIT professor quoting the same thing. He says that companies are to be for skill development or research and all, funding has to come from the companies. And India, that is not happening. And that is not good for the country for 2 reasons. One is, see, there is an example he has cited. It is from Professor Jain and IIT, Delhi. He says that Bangladesh, Vietnam, they are all ahead of us in garment industry. Remember, I was telling you, there are all mechanization, automation has happened garment industry also. Sewing machine, cutting machine, and designing machine, so many. But India, we still go with the old style because number of people are available. But how long we can? Modernization of farms. And for that, research. But industry is not research. Suppose one of you coming out saying that we have invented a machine to dry the turmeric easily. but the company will not support you because the companies will say, when we have a lot of people like this working around 200, 300, 500 rupees, what might be that? Why should we give 10 lakhs rupees to find out a machine? And that is the difference in other part of the world. Okay. But ultimately what happened, as I asked the question, next generation in European countries, they may go to agriculture, productivity is there. Oh, okay. But in our country, next generation, they will not go. So ultimately what happened, in the long run, industry's gains are not, that's why green color, industry, cheap labor, agreed. But if they are not helping in skill making of institutions in the short run, it will be deadly, devastating. That's what I said. Bangladesh and Vietnam. You think about Bangladesh and Vietnam outperformed India in garment industry. You read newspapers, you can see that. China, you leave it because such size. Okay, so that's the second one. And then we go to why agriculture in peculiar, because there are GDP, you know, remember when I told you, when I shown the slide with we are the 10, we are in the 10 list, 4th or 5th and all agreed. And our income, our GDP is coming mostly from industry, service sector. Agriculture, only 17% income is there. But people, workforce, 55% of the country, productivity is less. And that is what I've shown you with the Latin American case, Latin American Brazil. A lot of people are there, but productivity is less. This is what. So in India, agriculture, largest source, a lot of people are there, but their income is low, 55%. And that is why to the GDP, they are costing, because we are not exporting, because when they have massive production is possible without fertilizers and all these pesticides and all, our products will find it tough to cross the market. Okay, that's number one. So the question, why this is there? In education and training, in NEP, skill development, awareness education. Now we have seen number of videos, modern farming techniques. And for that, definitely big industries have to come. It is not easy it is not only easy, not possible for small farmers to go for all these technologies. Okay. So, new technologies, yes. Otherwise, what may happen is the question. So what we can do? What we can do is, if you are in a rural area, if an agriculture belt, what you can do is show to the local people, modern farm, a campus equipped with modern farming technology. Modern farming technology. Teach it. Precision agriculture. What is automated machinery? What is efficient irrigation system? Our farmers, they do not know it because they all can blame them. That's all illiterate farmers now, however they can understand all this. So this is what we can do. Okay. You start a course in this line, show to the local area, and the students will come to know, and then they will get interest in this thing. And that is the only possibilities. Technology adaptation, all the YouTube and all, how many of our farmers will be doing it? How many can understand? And technology like drones for crop monitoring, sensors for soil and crop health. That's what you have seen, small pipe. And there are actually, this is all, they maintain a moisture. And that part I didn't show you, because actually in Netherlands now, the water usage is just 9 liter versus some 135 liters in US. World average is 235 liters of water for the hectare. Okay. So sustainability and student involvement. And that's the point why I showed this video here. Okay. So adopting modern technology in campus farms, ultimately you will be making a change, and then you will say this is the role of agriculture university to do that, and that's the mistake we are making. That is what NEP is trying to undo. There is nothing like that. There is nothing like that. Any technology, anything can be brought in, and if that is useful, get youngsters skilled, and they will take it to the field and the economy grows. Okay. Then next one. If you have any questions, I saw some comments anyway. So comment part is working, but okay. So the next one here now, what you are going to see is the next another mind-boggling aspect about what is happening in the field of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles. What you see here, India is getting rich. How? 53% of world market is with China. Globally, one company alone, CATL, 30%. And read the next slide. That will be the most shameful data. 23, 24, all the electric batteries in this country, the fuel cells coming from China. Okay. That's a tragedy. That is why it is written, this particular article is saying, we have become the electric vehicle colony of China. We are so dependent. How could they become that level? And that we have to understand. Actually, this electric vehicle battery, lithium-ion technology, it happened in America, University of Texas, 1996. One scientist by name John Goodenough, he came out with the lithium iron phosphate as a cathode material, not battery. And that led to transformation. That discovery, yes, Goodenough got Nobel Prize in chemistry in 2009 and all, that's a different thing. But this material, cathode material, lithium iron phosphate can be used in rechargeable lithium ion batteries. It was taken by further, it became the foundation for further advancements in battery technology by Chinese companies. That is why when Donald Trump and Europeans say, all these Chinese students come here and they go back and they do it there. They become skilled and they came back. And CATL and BYD, okay, 96 started. Then what happened? You just see 2000. 96 battery technology, sorry, lithium iron phosphate and cathode. 2000, BYD, they are now they are car manufacturers. Earlier, no, they went for research and development, government push, and that led to massive production of. And they developed the lithium ion batteries with the government support, research, and they have the skills also, take that way. When I told you why this country with all these so many, okay, companies are all dependent on the fuel cells from this country. What does that mean? They have the skill. We don't have. We don't have. Okay. So 2000, 2010, another 10 years. This BYD and CATL, they became collaborated with the universities, technology expertise. They are the largest global supplier of electric battery 10 years ago, 15 years ago. Then 2015, read it carefully. Innovation. See, remember, there is a period when the smartphones, from our small phones to all these smartphones came, sorry. And then we started hearing about Huawei or Redmi and all these phones are bursting. We are complaining Chinese phones are goodless, useless, and all those things. But that was a period when lithium iron phosphate battery, they started using there. Ultimately, what happened? They researched out how that batteries can be made safe and how that battery can have long charges, lifespan, safety, energy density. This all technologically China implemented. Another 7 years, 2017, BMW and Tesla, they started taking batteries from China. So what is the message? That is the wrong thing. The world became aware that China is having superior technology than any of these countries. And more or less same, okay. Then 2020, 2021 and all, that is the period electric vehicles, we were all complaining, we were all visualizing, this is going to be another e-waste or kind of waste will happen. All these batteries will be after 5 years, 6 years, it will be waste. And then again, you have to purchase it. That all they found out, so they sold out. Battery recycling technology. Okay. And 2024, yeah, electric vehicle battery. And remember, yeah, this Tesla, BMW, Volkswagen, all these were roaming in the Chinese cities, 80% gone out, all taken over by Chinese electric cars. And China started exporting to America, Europe. Batteries are cheaper, cars are cheaper. And now you know what is the reason for all this trade, reciprocal trade barrier. America and Europe know that. Because in the long run, this is going to be a huge threat. Okay. And now what is the latest position? The latest position is most mind-boggling. Recently, I read about these companies. Now the China is ready with the next one, namely sodium batteries. because lithium exploration, lithium mining is leading to environmental problem. Lithium is not always available. So sodium chloride. And now they have developed the technology. That's what recently I referred somewhere. And their vehicles are going to be now sodium-based batteries are going to be avoided. So cheap source instead of lithium iron phosphate. So skills, okay. Internationally, other companies at the same time, they were depending upon nickel, cobalt, manganese. And this switching over by China to lithium iron phosphate on finding that this lithium is cheaper and it is more readily available, and that led to domination of global domination of CATL and BYD. Okay, so that's about the battery technology. Now, latest one, as I said, sodium ion batteries is the future. Now, Government of India, all our firms, we are all trying for lithium ion battery. That doesn't mean it is going to entirely disappear, but meanwhile, they are coming out with the next one. They have patents now for 5 years, and by that, the next technology will come. So this we take it as the skills. Research is there, added to that the skill. Okay. And what should we remember? 17% of the world population, India, 17% in India and China. And who dominates all this? Then GDP is all agreed. But 17% is in India, 1.46, 1.42 China. And the entire Europe is having only 9% of the world population. The total world population of 8.2 billion, if you take that, we are seeing this many. So the question which we have to ask is why we are lagging. What is the message here? They are smarter and we are lazy, or we are not trying our level best. And for that, as you have seen with the PISA test, education system. And recently in the Indo-Pakistan war also, we read that Chinese fighter planes were used by Pakistan. And India was buying and or using the imported mostly fighter planes from Europe and America. And against that European and Rafale-like fighter planes, China has the technology. So that means in that level also they have reached. Okay. So these are the warning signs. Okay. So global dominance in electronics, everything that is possible. Now, whatever items right in front of me, all my mobile phone, my camera, my laptop, my speaker, everything. Production, electronics, EVs, everything from that country. Why it's like this? And this is another one. You might have read in the newspaper, Shashi Tharoor writing in Hindu, August 2025. When this reciprocal thought came, when the Apple factory company was shifting to India, you know what they did? India was having nearly 300 Chinese engineers. They were pulled out by China to block our country's production of Apple smartphones when they faced the tariff war from US. Next one, rare earth minerals. It's all needed for automobiles and our mobile phones, automobiles, everything. Indian automakers, if they don't supply. So now you know what is the reason for America is treating China respectfully, and they are imposing tariffs on. China imports more Russian oil than India, but America knows that they are dependent on so much on rare earth minerals from processed rare earth from China. Read this article, research leadership. 30% of research papers in rare earth is coming from that country. Processing capacity, rare earth processing, China produces around 60-70% of world's rare earth minerals. Why I'm stating all these data? These are the rare data, and all many items like DeepSeek, TikTok, from where? And that is the question, how come they are so skilled, and why this importance for, the trust or the focus upon skill education by Government of India? Seriously, our policy makers found out that whatever might be our political scenario in this country, and they have one advantage that we would highlight that. That is, it is a single party system, democratic rights, not like in this country. And we have more freedom, more like so what up in China, from the top, whatever decision taken, like the entire electric vehicle batteries, all used by all provinces equal to our states. All provinces. So what happened? The battery became a hit. Whereas in this country, state-wise, you know, what is the politics here? That I'm not the person to talk about anything about it. But when educated people understand what's happening, and we have to take the right decision, whether in agriculture, the new kind of farming, and in the case of reforms in agriculture, sorry, in the vocational education with NEP, that is what government is tying upon skill education. So we take the next one, how they could reach that level. Number one, this is a core point of my reforms in vocational education. They follow dual track. There also, they have the same university system, degree, PG. I have one or two colleagues, sorry, my one or two research papers are in collaboration with the Chinese. And they have vocational education track also, but skill-based careers. Students going into IIT, not ITI, polytechnics after 9th grade. After middle school, students can enter vocational schools. 50% go to vocational training. Remember what I told in the beginning, 65% of our students entering into our colleges, they are not interested in their degree subjects, or the subjects which are taken are just out of social pressure. That is not going to be useful. And that's the difference, number one. Number two, industry collaboration, curriculum, syllabus. It is all companies co-design courses. If you have Tesla, sorry, if you have a BYD company in your area, or if you have some agro park in your it is in the agriculture belt, based on the need of the industry, design courses are decided. Real industry needs. And then so for that, colleges operate in collaboration with industry. In India, what happened? Colleges, you know, you and me know that. We saw for NAC and all, so we say all industry. But there are some colleges, many new generation colleges, and then engineering colleges and all, forming industry collaboration. But where do all this stand? Okay, next one. Dual education apprenticeship model. They copied from Germany. If you have seen the movie Schindler's List, you would have seen that all the industries, everything is in Germany. So many industries are there. World War I and II also, they saw that their industries ran. But Germany's dual system, there no 50% of this time, their students are in factories, not laboratory, factories. So what happened? They get students know when they come out, they learn and earn program. That is there. In addition to that, when they come out from the colleges and universities, they are with job ready skills. Job ready. How many of our students are ready for job ready skills? We turn out them and they go out. Somehow they get a job. That's what I would say. But how many from engineering college also included? Job ready skills do they have? Number three, government investment. Don't say government investment is not there. We have investment, whether it is properly utilized or that's a question. We have our own priorities, politics, the department, institutional choices, management choices, all those things. Not possible in that country. As I said, single party system, top to bottom level. If your government, sorry, your institution is receiving 50 lakhs or 1 crore as a grant, you are answerable. Principal is answerable. What you have done with that? Department is answerable. Why did you ask for this equipment? Why did you build this lab? And what is your contribution? Okay. So, and next one, all the schools get, vocational schools get, you just take it as a polytechnics, very good labs. I know many are going to ask me from where. No, I don't have any answer for that because our system is like that. But government is giving funds, whether it is in the PROSA or in the PMO and all. So those funds, please see it is properly utilized. You are having a good lab. And for that, collective responsibility, all the teachers and department, all the teachers and institution, instead of fighting among themselves, we have to see that our institution, if we have a possibility, there is a good lab where the students will be properly trained. AI robotics training centers. How many of our engineering colleges have this kind of centers? Partnership with the technology giants. Yes, some good colleges or universities and colleges are doing that. Okay. And then next one. Most important, respected. Imagine your kid or my kid, I am sending to IIT, ITA, Polytechnic. What others will say? Even if that kid doesn't want to go and if he's crying, what might be that we pull him out. Because our relatives and family, they will pressurize, society will pressurize us. Why did you send him for that job? He could have gone to medical college or engineering even if it involves paying all capitation beyond him. That is our mindset. And here comes another difference. Careers are well respected. Society students white collar degrees. India here it is white collar degrees. And for them, that is what craftsman spirit. There are a number of videos you can see. The school children in the nurseries itself, they start learning skills. Kitchen work or stitching, painting, all that. Next one, syllabus. All the syllabus, it should be with AI, robotics, and automation. That is the current trend. And we know here, when government announces, we will include everything theory part. Theory in AI, robotics. We are masters of that. Okay, but that won't help. Students will not get a job. Not teaching of outdated skills, not permitted. Vocational schools should be there, and there should be these papers. And not papers alone, it should be, and that is their practice. So no wonder they are marching ahead. Robotics, industrial automation, semiconductor fabrication. You may be aware of that. Actually, semiconductor industry, it has a lot of potential. Government of India recognized it. 2 years ago, when the government announced lots of subsidies, no company in the country was forthcoming. Ultimately, somehow Tata's came and they tied up with a Taiwanese company. Now everyone is coming to the picture. But even then, semiconductor, and this is a course. I remember either in Bihar or in the Northeast region, where the semiconductor fabrication companies have been initiatives by Tata Electronics are there. And when such a factory comes up in the belt and the surrounding region, there should be engineers and students from such a field, semiconductor related courses. Okay. Then electric vehicles, we all know that in the coming days, it is going to be not because of cheaper alone. That is because of our now the UN sustainability issue is there. In Brazil, it is going to happen. We have to reduce the carbon dioxide emission, greenhouse gas emission. So we have to shift towards zero emission level. And definitely electric vehicles, battery technology, solar panels. These are the courses which have importance. Next one, localized R&D. Classic example is Donald Trump said, we discovered and you copied about the battery technology China. But see, they got it. But thereafter, no, the lithium ion battery in 96, though it was discovered the potential in America, further advances were made by the Chinese, not depending upon foreign companies. They themselves invented it. Okay. Next one, private sector participation and foreign influence. Yes, when we have partnering with the international brands, it helps. And it will be costly, agreed. But there will be thousands of Chinese workers are trained. And when people start working in Japanese companies or international companies, in companies where they have the technology, we get the training. And that is what we have to international collaborations or collaborations with the private sector or public sector, who might be that. Okay. And then continuous reforms and evolution. This is what required. What is that? Syllabus, updating the curriculum. And we all update, and I don't want to touch that subject. China regularly updates its curriculum. We do it, and you know what we do. And it is compulsory automation. And AI skills are mandatory. And lifelong learning and reskilling. What is that? What you are doing is a kind of reskilling. You are coming to know. You are joining a course. And lifelong learning is we should be a teacher and everyone should be ready to learn throughout, because this AI and new skills and all, when new techniques come, new methodologies come, we have to take training, in-job training, whatever might be that. And so that means with the older our practice of degree, UG, PG studied, thereafter we just teach whatever is available. That is not possible. Lifelong learning and all possible in the coming days. Otherwise, students are leaving such institutions. So now we got a picture why China succeeded and India is struggling. And that's why in the NEP, the skill education system, vocational education system has become a very much a part. Government is trying all that is possible. And this initiative is very much the most important part from the side of Government of India. NEP, and with the NEP, the skill development. Okay. And I take you to the next one. Fastest growing job. That will be under shocker for you. What are the fastest growing jobs? See, there are teachers from social sciences. There are teachers from humanities. Agreed. Biological sciences. What might be that jobs are in this line, this international level. Big data specialist, fintech engineer, AI and machine learning specialists, software developers, autonomous electric vehicle specialists, yeah, solar panels. Okay, because that is needed for the green transition. Okay, so these are the areas where the jobs are going to be. And the next one, yeah, and this subtitle subsections we'll see later. Okay, what are the fastest declining jobs? Read it carefully. Read it carefully. And we are still here. We are training our students mostly in the same age-old practice, thinking that this is all going to be there. Clerical secretary posters. Now automation, digitalization is coming up. Posters are going to come down. All those clerks are not there. That is what government is cutting down, all the posters. Then ticket clerks, cashiers. What happened? Online paying system. See, when all these face scanning or scanner based, all the other automated machines come in the railway stations and bus stations, and what will happen? Many places. And next one, third one is very easy to connect with. How many of us go to bank now? How many of us? Now, since we know internet banking, we do it well. And the only thing now, there are many people who are little scared, especially the senior generation. Once they pass out, next generation, we will see there is no bank for these posters. Instead, the number will be less. And then printing, what happened? Remember, there were some companies like NIT, not NIT, yeah, I might forget. Yeah, Data Pro and all offering number of computer courses. What happened to them? Many started computer centers, printing centers, all perished. It's not needed. You have a printer at home, we print ourselves. Photography, same thing. Okay, so printing work is. Last one, accounts and auditors. CA, they have their own issues are there, because now with the arrival of all these softwares, you put your data into the software, AI software, and they will calculate your income tax. Then what's the need for you to go to an auditor? That is going to happen. It is happening, and it will we'll see more further improvements. So these are the posters. That's why all this demand for all these many subjects will go. So this is the World Economic Forum report, fastest declining jobs. Now, just think, recollect, sorry, you think about it. What do we teach? Okay, then key technologies of Industry 4. What is needed to be included? Robots and automated machines, manufacturing. That's for the engineering college, agreed. Smart factories, one example I have given. You have seen that agriculture place now where the sensors are being used to differentiate green and red tomato. Sensors, machine connectivity, predictive maintenance of this machine. Predictive maintenance, machine themselves communicating green, but machines also get, yeah, it require, yeah, and for that courses are there. Then AI and ML, we know that machine learning and all, everybody knows that. So students learn AI applications, manufacturing, image recognition, then big data, predictive analytics. Yeah. So yeah, for example, there are a number of courses on data analyzing, cloud computing, and yeah, AI predicts when a machine will fail. All these robots and all, when it failure may happen. Next one, digital twins and physical system. See, remember there was earlier building a car means small proto car and all. Now that's all gone. Now students have vocational training, digital models of machines, and test them in simulation, including planes also. 3D printing, additive manufacturing. Factories use 3D printing, machine parts without tools. Yeah. So course on 3D design and all very much there. Cloud computing, you and me and all know that. Now the CDs, what happened to CD, DVD and all? All cloud computing. Large amounts of data, all our data. Okay, so vocational training is there. And next one, AR and VR. All these practicals, many of these, it can be repairing, it can be done in using AR and VR, augmented reality, virtual reality, and courses are. So these are the technologies and which the kind of training required. Okay, and then skills in solar energy definitely going to be there. Currently, China is the world power. We agreed that they have beaten Europe and all, but still India is trying to make it cost effective because China initially the initial lead was taken by Europeans and all, many European countries, Spain, Italy and all, but later China with the research and all and mass production, cheaper and more effective batteries, solar energy, solar panels started up China. Now the same problem for India also. Where they have the technology and our costs are also high. And then next one, hydrogen energy research. If anybody asks me what's the best one, if anyone can come out with the idea, research methodology, how to split water, H2O, electrolyze the water cheaply. And that is the green, that is the most promising field. Now it costs us $4 to $6 for 1 unit to produce hydrogen energy from the current methodology. Okay, so there are collaborations, there are strategies. So India is trying to, India is putting a lot of research there, DST and all. Okay, so fuel cell, hydrogen storage, production technology, collaborations are there. Okay, so hydrogen energy, that is another promising area. Okay, so top skills of the future, that's what all we have seen. Critical thinking, this I have shown you with the Bloom's taxonomy part. Yeah, top skills of the future. And then another one, many of us will talk about now, this is all about the social science. See, there are two important things we have ignored, totally ignored. The power of assignments and seminars. I didn't tell you. Many of the students who are in Europe and all, to their shock, they found out that there is no copying in the seminars and assignments permitted. Many did that and lost their semester. I remember one of my students losing his semester, nearly 5 to 10 lakhs rupees, because he copied. An assignment was from the internet. It is not possible. So what is the advantage of having assignments? So when you ask a student to write something about the climate change, he starts thinking, critical thinking, he increases analytical capacity, writing skill, he'll get the knowledge, he'll get the vocabulary. But instead, when he's going for copy-paste culture, that is gone. And they will use AI, many students. I used to ask the question, many students, no, see, AI you can use, but when you go for an interview or somewhere where your own capacity becomes necessary, how you will prove yourself? Well, they fail. So assignments are important for critical thinking, analytical skill, writing proficiency, research skill also. If you tell a student to write about something about what happened to India after the Diwali, all the celebrations, no, we have. But there is so much pollution happening. Ask them to write a paper about it. How many of them can write on their own? Okay, the next one, presentations, seminars. What happens? In our institutions, most of these are, we don't look for the plagiarism, nothing at all. It's a farce. Seminars are important, public speaking skills. And the seminars, when the student present, the assignment is submitted and presents, when others are seriously asking questions, collaborative discussions, a lot of knowledge exchange happens. We are not providing means for that. Problem solving skills, critical inquiry and logical reasoning. Suppose 30 students, they are presenting, one person is presenting and others asking the right question. Teacher also asking the right questions. So what do they gain from seminars? Communication skill is there. Teamwork, some assignments, no. It requires 2 to 3 students jointly. Relationships during discussions. Time management. They come to know how to deliver within a stipulated time frame. So that's the advantage. So we don't. So what we do? Our responsibility is there. Students know, they do not know they fail to understand what they are losing in terms of their copying and assignment seminars and all, for mutual understanding and all. Yeah, mutual understanding means they will help each other. You don't ask question, I don't ask question, that mentality. And passive involvement of teachers. Teachers, what is our responsibility? So these all are coming under the category of missed opportunities. So we have to see. Okay. So life skills, this already I mentioned, and communication skill, teamwork, problem solving, leadership. Okay, fine. And then we go to the next part, social sciences, language and social science, AI. Please do remember, it doesn't mean social science or language is not important. The age of AI, communication is not a soft skill. And for that, local context matters. Someone should know what is a cultural, linguistic, economic realities that only the social science can bring in. And that idea, when to be brought into a big data specialist, no, he'll bring out a program and all. But to understand human behavior, you read that. Ethics, social impact, interpret data meaningfully. A person with a social science background is necessary. And so language and social science educators are the bridge between technical innovation and human relevance. Okay. So we need social science teachers and language teachers and these subjects for what? They are the bridge between technology and the human relevance. Okay. Then next one, computational linguistics. The old style of the present or old style of linguistics alone will not help. Knowing the syntax, semantics, phonetics, that's not enough. And computer scientists, they are not expert in linguistics also. So what happened? Interdisciplinary expertise. A person with a linguistic expertise, when he masters a certain aspect of computer part, that is what we call as interdisciplinary part. So knowledge in both linguistics and computer science, and that is the future. Theoretical language understanding plus practical computational implementation. Okay. And for that, we have to see a branch called NLP, which is catching up. Okay. Subfield of artificial generation of natural language text to AI. Okay. So this all require the involvement of linguistics, but they must understand the basics of, they should get expertise in this part also. And next one, language discourse. I would talk about one example is the case of discourse analysis of social media. Social media, whether you or me like it or not, that is going to be there. Number is going to increase only. Social media platforms, they require certain kind of discourses, how to express, how to reflect on society attitudes. And for that, the kind of language required has to be found out. And similarly, in the language in the power dynamics, politicians, when they come on the social media, what kind of language will be used? That all helps. And for that, there are investigation studies, language used to exercise power and control in politics and education, media also. When a person interacts in media, what kind of language? And there also this become necessary. NLP. Then another one is literally analysis. NLP techniques to analyze sentiment You might have noticed that when you seek help from Copilot or all these ChatGPT, and many times they will say, I'm a machine. I cannot bring out the kind of emotion you are thinking about. And there comes the importance of language. So here, for example, in literature, someone wants to do the sentiment analysis. When a machine reads the literature, a novel, for example, the kind of sentiment used when a human being reads it. Now, currently, only human being can. So only language experts, by using the NLP technique, both are. A person with expertise in both, only they can succeed. So these are the lines where languages are become important in the coming days. So mere knowledge of grammar and old style won't help. Okay, so here I have seen one example analyzing how others use language, what kind of language used for evoking emotions in Tamil, Hindi, Malayalam, English. Computer be Marathi. No, a computer cannot. And there comes the difference. And the same word with the two meanings. This whole, we have seen many things, authorship, analyze, and so these are the examples where NLP is important. Okay, so the if you proceed with all style linguistics, no, not going to help us. Okay, so NLP, natural language processing, and there are areas of text analysis, language modeling, sentiment analysis, and entity recognition. That's what I said. There may be a place and a word with the same name. This is all differentiation. And many of all these instruments like applicants like Siri, Alexa, Google Assistant, they all depend upon languages, virtual assistants, and then language translation apps, they all require NLP, and this is a very important branch for the language linguistics. Okay. Then we come to the last part of the thing. What is this NSQF? Because NEP already we are aware of it, and the credit level also we are aware of it, because NEP National Credit Framework is there. And this NSQF is important because many faculty members, when they prepare their modules for the SOYM and all, I have seen that they are not ignoring or they are not understanding. Many prepared based on the earlier NSQF levels of 10. In 2023 onwards, it has been modified. Now we have to think in terms of this level 8, level 1 to 8. And the colleges and all, it starts from level 4.5 onwards. So if you are offering, so what is these levels? That is what? Simple thing. Level 1 means a person will said to be in level 1, 5th class, a person with 5th class education, because he has with by education in up to 5th class, what kind of basic capacities he might have learned, what is possible. A person with a level 1. So that is based on a knowledge based on, see, a categorization, competency based framework, your qualification. So a person with 5th standard, he is with the level 1 knowledge, that's all. A person with the level 8, he is at PhD level. So when somebody comes to you with the PhD level, suppose you are research organized chief, you know whom to be employed, and definitely the kind of knowledge and skill and aptitude also. Why a person is with level 1? He couldn't go. Must be his knowledge level or skill. Beyond that, he couldn't. And level 2, why? And level 4.5 is first year degree. 5, second year degree. 5.5, third year degree. And level 6 can be honors or first year of UG. Sorry, first year of PG. 6.5 means 2-year PG. Level 7 for engineering branches alone. Okay, so what happened? A person with the level 1, that is a joke also. Yeah, you can see a person with the 2.5 to 3. A person who studied in 9th standard, up to 9th standard, and up to 10th standard only. After that, he didn't study. He has reached this level 2.5, level 3. And in many countries, the requirement is a tailor should have licensed tailor. We don't have that culture. That's why I say it's laughing talk. Here, anyone can be a tailor, but how many tailors can take the measurement correctly? They have some other skill. Only thing, unfortunately, they could not pursue the study. That may be a reason. But anyway, to become a tailor, you would have basic education of up to 9th standard or 10th standard. So level 2. So he can be a tailor, he can be a plumber, machine operator. Beyond that, he cannot. And for that, you have to go. Yeah, that is 3.5 is +1. 11th standard. And the fourth level is +2. A +2 person, he can be data entry operator below level. So supervisory or specialized skills is possible, small teams and all. But a person with the UG first year and second year degree, he can be already mentioned. He can be senior technician. A person with the 3 degree, not honors, that is level 5.5. He can be an engineer, assistant manager, sub-engineer like that. Okay. At the same time, a person with the 6.5, that is AICTE ranking is different, but anyway, 6.5 means 2-year PG. PG 1-2 years, okay. So he can be engineer or project scientist or something like that. Level 8 is the highest form. Okay, so this is what we call as the NSQF, like not we call it is that is the NEP. They are involved NSQF. So this is a competency-based framework. Qualifications according to knowledge, skill, aptitude, and level 1 to 8. Earlier it was level 1 to 10. Now what has happened? In between this same happened level 3, 3.5, and it has been. And don't get confused. 6.5 means year PG, 2-year PG. Okay, 7 is for the engineering graduates, engineering PG. Okay. And this table you can understand. And then about the current modern 5+3+3+ and 4+ kind of study here. That is what and how this is fitting into and all. That part I'm skipping because complex. So what is NSQF? Okay. And then National Credit Framework, we know that 1 credit, 2 credit, 3 credit, 4 credit course and all. Then there is one more thing, National Council for Vocational Education and Training. That is, it's a regulatory body for vocational education. So if your institution wants to offer a course in vocational field of education, approval from NCVT is there. National Council for Vocational Education and Training, diamond cutting, if that is the course you are bringing in, there is a basic level they have proposed, and that has to be, then the approval has to be. That's all. So National Skills Qualification Framework, and all together, ultimately, together what happened? National Education Policy will be, and it will be having all these things together. And here we have NSQF, the credit NCRF, credit part, then NCVT, training program, NEP is the academic and vocational education integration. That's what already mentioned. Our theoretical learning is not sufficient. Vocational training has become necessary. And there are various points, web pages for you to visit. Skill India Digital Hub. And this is the central government site you visit, and that will take you to a lot of fields. And the teachers must visit this place. Overview of National Skill Development Corporation. What is NSDC? What is the internship programs? There are free and paid internships for students and are there. Visit the site and expose the student site. And this one is temporarily stopped. And then there is another one called NSDC. This is for the, this is a different field. So I'll skip it. Okay. And there also, when you visit the website, there will be sublinks like that. Pradhan Mantri Kaushal, okay. Skill Impact Bond is there. So this is there. And they're all, you will get, okay, different options are there. Expose the students to such field. That's you can see. Then what is NSDC? NSDC is actually for college teachers. I would say it's a different picture. Okay. So it's about building a skilling ecosystem. So it can be a training partner to run skill development courses by offering skill development courses. And for that, you have to take, there are courses offered with, see, a college teacher on his own cannot. If you have certain skills are there to run skill development courses, you can become a partner for that. Okay. And you can help in the content development also. Okay. Then ultimate aim is actually integrating skills with the evolution. National Education Policy, that's what emphasizes. And then for that, facilitating apprenticeships and internships, exposing students to apprenticeships and STEP. So let them, you take them to sites like this, NSDC, and then digital skill in their digital hub, and give them exposure and see that they are going for such courses. So that's all I got to say. So I have another 4 minutes to go. I hope you are all there and you have listened. And if you have any clarifications, question to ask, interactions to do, I don't see any messages. Okay. Anything to ask me? So thank you. I come to an end of my session, and there are a lot of details I have shared here, and I'll be sharing with the resource person, the coordinator. Okay. Thank you. If you have any questions, you can ask me.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Participants, if you have any questions or the queries with regards to particular to this session, you can directly ask to Professor Thomas, sir. Please, anyone. It will be really appreciated.
So with which number? No, you are from another institution where I share my all these links, data, or should I share with the MMTTC?
Yes, yes, sir. Definitely. You can share on our email, sir. I will share with all participants, sir.
Oh, can you give me your number? So I'll note it down. That will be.
Yeah, sir. Yeah. Sir, it is same email address, whatever may be the email address you have received the link.
Okay.
You can share.
All right. I will share.
You can share with Professor Atik, sir. I will receive it.
That's great. Yeah, Professor Atik, Mohammed Atik sir is a great friend of mine, and we often communicate, collaborate. So that's fine. So I hope I have given you a clear-cut idea about what exactly is skill education, what is required from skill education, instead of merely hearing theoretical part alone, and what is happening at the international level also, national level. Now, what are our shortcomings? Okay, and what is needed for the future of this country and future of our youngsters also. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. If you could permit, sir, shall we conclude? I think there are questions, nothing else. So, on behalf of Malvi Mission Teacher Training Center, Sant Gadge Baba Amravati University and Jagdamba College of Engineering and Technology, Yavatmal, I extend my sincere thanks to you, sir, for such a wonderful and insightful session, data-driven session, from not only the skill perspective, but the data from the local to global perspective, and how it should be integrated in the our national our higher education curricula. With the different perspective, like the skill development comes, different skill development comes is energy QF, its market values, and global competition of these skill developments. We have relied very important points during this session, and that will be how our curricula should be integrated, market oriented and industry oriented. So we are luckily thankful to you, sir, because on the very last day, we are getting such kind of very informative and deep insightful session on this skill development. I once again extend my sincere thanks to you for your precious time and thought-provoking session here. And with the kind consent of Professor Sabu sir, I would like to declare that this session will be over here and we will move for the next session. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much for all patiently listening to me, and for the organizers, Professor Atik sir, and sir, you are also very specifically for keeping a track of it. And thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. Okay, so participants, we will move for our next session. We'll take first the consent form, but participant, before starting the session, I would like to request all the participants to please start their cameras, because it is very last session, and before starting the session, I would like to inform all the participants, without starting their camera, without starting your videos, it would not be possible to conduct this session. Okay, because the session is highly interactive. I request all the participants to kindly open their videos first. Bedar sir, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon. Am I audible to you?
Yeah, sir. Very much clear, sir. Very much clear.
Thank you.
Participants are requested to open their cameras first. Dr. Vaishnavi Deshmukh, madam.
मुश्किल है.
How much participants are with us?
I can see some.
Kindly open your videos.
Yes. Thank you. Sir, will you tell me with which college we are conducting this program?
Sir, this is Jagdamba Institute of Technology, Jagdamba College of Engineering and Technology. It is an autonomous institution, sir, situated in the Yavatmal.
located in?
Yavatmal, sir, Yavatmal.
Okay. Thank you. So shall we begin now?
Sir, only 1 minute. I will start and then you can please start with the session. So participant, once again, good afternoon to all of you. As I have already told you that the today's session, we have split it into the two different parts. First part, we have almost completed. That is very much important part. And now we are on the end of this program. And at the end of program, we are going to discuss a very much important concept because I would like to all the participants to please engage actively in this session because not only this thing is that this session is that and expert is very good, but the problem that is the diversity and the student inclusive education, because we are all facing the admission problems, not only the professional institutions but also the traditional institutions also facing this student admission problem, and why there is a diversity and how should we can make the education inclusive. That is very much important because this policy has targeted 100% gross enrollment ratio in the school education by 2030 and 50% gross enrollment ratio by 2035 in the higher education institution. So it is very much important aspect that every participant should take take away the inputs from this session that should enhance our admission ratio in our institutions. So with this, I first of all, we will discuss this important aspect with the help of one of renowned and eminent expert, Professor R.T. Bedre sir. So first of all, sir, I extend my warm welcome to you. Friends, Professor Bedre sir is at present serving as a director and the professor of this Malvi Mission Teacher Training Center at Dr. Hari Singh Gaur Vishwavidyalaya, which is the central university situated in the Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Sorry, Sagar, Madhya Pradesh. Sir has having more than 3 decades of experience in this field of higher education. Basically, sir is belong to the faculty of humanities with the subject English. But before joining the Sagar, sir was the principal at our Maharashtra in the Gangakhed, Nasik. He was the very good teacher, innovative teacher in this field, and being the policy implementer, he has instrumentally engaged in the various aspects like as the teachers training, also the higher education institution and governance. He is the author of the 7 different books and having a numerous publication on his credits. This is the brief introduction with regards to Professor Bedre sir. Friends, sir is going to discuss on very much important topic, that is the student diversity in inclusive education and what are the higher education system ecosystem and how should it make more inclusive. That is the foremost and important pillar of this national education policy. So without taking too much time, sir, I once again extend my warm welcome to you and request you to please start with your session. Sir,
Thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction given. At the very beginning, let me thank Professor Atik Sahab, other staff members of the center, of course, principal, director, and other office bearers of this Kadamba Institute Yavatmal, and their participants as well. As I can see the names, most of you are here from Maharashtra. So there won't be any point in continuing in entire things in English. I think Hindi and English will help us a lot. Because after all, communication is important, not the language, not the medium. And naturally, by opening cameras by some of you, particularly I can see here Dr. Sachin ji, Dr. Vijay ji, Dr. Thote Saab, Patil Saab, and Gawande Saab. I'm really thankful to you. क्योंकि ये मेरी दिक्कत है, क्योंकि आपके ऑर्गेनाइजर अच्छी तरह जानते हैं. ये पिछली बार तो मैंने आखिर में थक हार के कहा था, अगर कोई कैमरा ओपन नहीं करेगा तो मैं भी छोड़ दूंगा सेशन. आई एम नॉट इन कंडीशन टू कंटिन्यू इट इफ नो वन इज देयर. या आप मेरी मजबूरी कहिए, जिद कहिए, और वॉट एवर यू वांट टू से. बिना किसी व्यक्ति को सामने देखे मैं अपनी बात नहीं रख सकता हूं. दैट इज द इश्यू. सो थैंक यू वेरी मच. Dear participants, you are attending this course maybe for 2 days, 3 days, or 4 days. We know that this course runs into some 9 or 10 days. And it is considered equivalent to 1 week short term course. ये सारी चीजें आप जानते हैं. लेकिन उससे पहले एक सवाल बनता है कि आफ्टर ऑल why we are conducting such programs. And I think without knowing this, moving forward will be useless. हमें पता ही नहीं हम क्यों जा रहे हैं, लेकिन जा रहे हैं. ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए. I know the center signed some MOUs with your college, and therefore you people are attending this program. लेकिन उससे पहले एक सवाल है कि आखिर हमें कोर्सेस क्यों करवा रहे हैं. इस सवाल को जानना ज्यादा जरूरी है, और उसका जवाब इस कोर्स के टाइटल में ही छिपा है. It is NEP 2020 or 2020 orientation and sensitization program. One thing is here, it is about NEP 2020. The second reason is it is to orient you and it is to sensitize you. The very title makes the objective clear. ये सवाल बनता है क्यों सेंसिटाइज करना है, क्यों ओरिएंट करना है. Then we have to go little back. We know that this national education policy was made public in 2020. Therefore, we call it NEP 2020 or 2020. And these programs were introduced in the year 2023. इन प्रोग्राम को शुरू किया गया है 2023 में. फिर सवाल बनता है कि क्यों 3 साल के बाद किया गया. पॉलिसी तो 2020 में आई, लेकिन ये प्रोग्राम शुरू किए गए 2023 में. उसका रीजन ये है कि वे पॉलिसी लाई गई तो डिफरेंट स्टेट्स स्टार्टेड इम्प्लीमेंटिंग इन देयर ओन. जैसे कि कुछ स्टेट्स ने 21-22 में शुरू किया, कुछ स्टेट्स ने 22-23 में शुरू किया, कुछ स्टेट्स 23-24 में जा रहे हैं, कुछ 24-25 में जा रहे हैं, कुछ इस साल शुरू कर रहे हैं. लेकिन जब पॉलिसी के 2 साल निकल गए तब हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एजुकेशन, प्रीवियसली इट वाज नोन एज MHRD, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट, उनको कहीं ना कहीं समझ में आया कि इस पॉलिसी को पूरी तरह इंप्लीमेंट करने के लिए इसकी जो आई कैन से सेट टारगेट्स है उसको अचीव करने के लिए हमारे शिक्षा व्यवस्था का जो सबसे मजबूत पिलर है, दैट इज वी टीचर्स, उनको ओरिएंट किए बिना, उनको इस पॉलिसी को डिटेल में बताए बिना आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते. और तब 2023 के सितंबर महीने में ये डिसाइड किया गया कि आने वाले 3 सालों में, मतलब सितंबर 23 से लेकर सितंबर 26 तक, आने वाले 3 सालों में हमारे देश में जो लगभग 16 लाख टीचर आप जैसे हम जैसे काम कर रहे हैं, उनको एनईपी को लेकर ओरिएंट करना जरूरी है, सेंसिटाइज करना जरूरी है. ये टारगेट रखा है. अब टारगेट दिया किसी को, ये दिया गया MMTTC को, जिसका पहले नाम HRDC हुआ करता था. ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट सेंटर। जब ये टारगेट दिया गया, जब ये मिशन चालू किया गया, उसका नाम भी बदल दिया गया HRDC टू MMTTC। सबसे पहले उसका नाम एकेडमिक स्टाफ कॉलेज था। जब ये 88 में बने थे, 1988 में बने थे, तो देयर नेम वाज ASC, एकेडमिक स्टाफ कॉलेज। 2015 तक वही नाम चलता रहा। 15 में बदल के HRDC किया गया और फिर 8 साल के बाद उसका नाम बदलकर MMTTC किया गया। और इन सारे सेंटर्स को ये जिम्मेदारी दी। जब पता चला कि भाई लगभग 16 लाख टीचर्स हैं, हमारे पास सेंटर तो 66 ही है। एट दैट टाइम इन द ईयर 2023 ओनली 66 सेंटर्स were there। इसको नंबर भी बढ़ाया गया। आज के डेट में मेरे ख्याल से मोर देन 120 सेंटर्स आर फंक्शनिंग, लगभग डबल बनाए गए और मेरे ख्याल से 150 बनाने का टारगेट। और इन सारे लोगों को जिम्मेदारी दी गई कि आपको हर एक महीने में ऐसे दो प्रोग्राम करवाने हैं, इनवाइटिंग 100 टीचर्स इन एवरी प्रोग्राम। सो दिस इज द रैशनल बिहाइंड इट। इसके लिए ये प्रोग्राम चल रहे हैं। प्रोग्राम चलाने तो कैसे चलाने हैं? NEP को लेकर ओरिएंट करना है, सेंसिटाइज करना है। मतलब करना क्या है? एक उदाहरण मैं हमेशा देता हूं। हम देहात से आते हैं, देहातों में किसी महीने में कभी रामायण कथा लगती है, कभी सप्ताह चलता है, कभी भागवत कथा चलती है, एक सप्ताह चलता है वो। और वह होता क्या है? 2 व्यक्ति होती है, एक वो पोथी में पढ़ता है, दूसरा उसका मीनिंग बताता है। ऐसा तो यह नहीं चलना था। तो उसके लिए प्रॉपर SOP बनाया गया कि इस प्रोग्राम को चलाना कैसा है, इसको चलाना कैसे। तो क्लियर कट दिया गया कि NEP के 8 मेजर पॉइंट निकाले गए और उन 8 मेजर पॉइंट पे, उस 8 मेजर थीम पे और या एरिया पे 2 सेशन करवाने हैं, 90 मिनट इन ईच। और उसके तहत आपको पता होगा, शायद यह बताया गया होगा कि इस कोर्स में आपको 16 सेशन अटेंड करने हैं, 16 सेशंस। मैंने शुरू में बताया कि इसको 1 वीक कोर्स के इक्विवेलेंट माना गया, 1 वीक शॉर्ट टर्म कोर्स। जब उसको इक्विवेलेंट दिया गया तो बात आ गई ग्रेड की। इसमें ग्रेड पढ़ने चाहिए, ग्रेड देने तो उसका कुछ ना कुछ क्राइटेरिया होना चाहिए। और क्राइटेरिया के तौर पे आप जानते हैं कि इसमें आपके 80 मार्क के 2 MCQ टेस्ट होने हैं और 20 मार्क आपके ओवरऑल रेस्पॉन्स को लेकर होने हैं। तो दैट वे यू आर गोइंग टू हैव योर ग्रेड। अगर 85 से ज्यादा आता है तो A+, देन आई थिंक 70 to 84 A, फिर 60 to 69 B and so on so forth। ये बात चली। तो व्हाट आर दोज मेजर थीम्स? सबसे पहले हायर एजुकेशन एंड सोसाइटी, देन गवर्नेंस, मैनेजमेंट एंड एकेडमिक लीडरशिप। फिर बात आती है IKS की। फिर हम बात करते हैं multidisciplinary and holistic education, then use of ICT, skill development, and many more things are there. And one of those 8 themes, one theme is given to me, that is student diversity and inclusive education. देखो इसमें 2 चीजें हैं, स्टूडेंट डाइवर्सिटी एंड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन। जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि आप भी महाराष्ट्र से बिलोंग करते हैं, मैं भी करता हूं। हम देखते हैं कि स्कूल लेवल तक अलग अलग प्रकार के स्कूल होते हैं, जैसे कि स्कूल फॉर डिसेबल्ड स्टूडेंट्स, स्कूल फॉर SC स्टूडेंट्स, है ना, OBC हॉस्टल, स्कूल फॉर विमुक्त जाति जनजाति, different types of schools are there. But in higher education, such things are not there. आपको कभी नहीं मिलेगा कि एक कोई कॉलेज पर्टिकुलरली SCs के लिए है, पर्टिकुलरली STs के लिए है, या पर्टिकुलरली पुअर स्टूडेंट के लिए है, या पर्टिकुलरली रिच स्टूडेंट के लिए है। ऐसा कहीं भी नहीं मिलेगा आपको। मेरे ख्याल से लोग थक गए कैमरा ऑन करके। कोई है या मैं अकेला हूं यहाँ?
सर है सर।
कैमरा ओपन कीजिए प्लीज।
एक्चुअली सर नेटवर्क का इशू है इसलिए कैमरा बंद है।
कैमरा ऑन कीजिए।
ओके ओके सर।
चलो थैंक यू। So we have diversity of the students, but we have to include all those diverse groups in higher education, having some policy with us, having some strategy with us. तो आज की सेशन में हम दो चार बिंदुओं पे बात करें। एक, what is the present status of inclusion of the diverse groups in higher education? अब डाइवर्स ग्रुप कौन से हैं? देखो, जब हम डाइवर्सिटी की बात करते हैं तो इट इज नॉट जस्ट इन टर्म्स ऑफ SC, ST, OBC, NT, DNT एंड अदर। We have to think of advanced learners, we have to think of slow learners, we have to think of poor students, we have to think of rural students, we have to think of urban students, we have to think of first generation learners and maybe second, third, fourth generation learners. सारे बच्चे हमारे सामने, और हम आज के डेट में हर एक बच्चे के लिए अलग अलग मेथोडोलॉजी, अलग अलग स्कूल, अलग अलग टेक्निक इस्तेमाल नहीं करते या नहीं कर सकते। हमारे पास क्या मेथोडोलॉजी है? वन फिट्स फॉर ऑल। ऐसा तो नहीं होता कि आप जब क्लास में जाते हैं, आपके सामने भी डाइवर्स ग्रुप है, कुछ देहात से आए हैं, कुछ सिटी से आए हैं, कुछ पुअर फैमिली से, कुछ रिच फैमिली से, कुछ थोड़े तेज है, कुछ थोड़े से स्लो है। लेकिन आपको इस प्रकार पढ़ाना पड़ता है कि सारे लोगों के लिए वो एप्लीकेबल। हर एक को अलग अलग लेके आप अलग अलग नहीं पढ़ाते। सो दैट काइंड ऑफ एजुकेशन विच इंक्लूड्स ऑल काइंड ऑफ डाइवर्स ग्रुप्स इज कॉल्ड इंक्लूसिव एजुकेशन, जिसको मराठी में समावेशी शिक्षण कहते हैं, जो सारे लोगों को एक साथ लाता है, अलग अलग ट्रीटमेंट नहीं देता है। एंड एज आई वाज टेलिंग यू, हम बात करेंगे पहले कि आज के हमारे उच्च शिक्षा में डिफरेंट डाइवर्स ग्रुप से कितने बच्चे आते हैं। सेकंड थिंग, व्हाट आर द रीजंस ऑफ देयर हाई और पुअर रिप्रेजेंटेशन। रिप्रेजेंटेशन तो नहीं कहेंगे हम, उनका पार्टिसिपेशन कहेंगे। What are the reasons of their poor participation? फिर बात करेंगे कि what this policy says, how to include these groups in our education. And अंत में बात करेंगे इस inclusive education में क्या क्या challenges है। That things we will discuss. Now let me share my screen with you. कहाँ गया ये? Yes, done. Is it visible to you? आपको
Yes,
भी
sir.
दिखाई दे रहा है राउत साहब?
Yes, sir. Yes.
चलो थैंक यू। सबसे पहले सवाल बनता है कि व्हाई वी वांट टू गिव एक्सेस टू ऑल। क्यों सारे लोगों को पढ़ाना है? पिछले 70 या 75 या 80 साल, लगभग 80 सालों में हमने अपने तरफ से अपने तरह से हमने एजुकेशन देने का प्रयास किया। हम जानते हैं कि आज भी हमारे हायर एजुकेशन लिटरेसी या हायर एजुकेशन का इंक्लूजन 100% नहीं है। मुश्किल से 28, 29, 30%। इसके बावजूद भी हम बहुत आगे बढ़ चुके हैं। आई डोंट बिलीव दैट नथिंग हैपेंड इन लास्ट 70 years or 75 years। मैं इसमें बिल्कुल यकीन नहीं करता हूं। अगर कुछ लोग कहते हैं कि पिछले 70 सालों में कुछ नहीं हुआ, आई डोंट बिलीव इन दैट। पिछले 70-75 सालों में बहुत कुछ हुआ है, बहुत कुछ हुआ है, इसको हम नकार नहीं सकते। तो फिर ये सवाल बनता है कि सारे लोगों को शिक्षित किए बिना भी अगर हम यहां तक बढ़ चुके हैं तो फिर सारे लोगों को शिक्षित करने की जरूरत क्या है? दैट इज मेन पॉइंट। एंड उसका आंसर ये होना चाहिए, अगर हम सिर्फ 30% लोगों को पढ़ाकर इतना आगे बढ़ चुके हैं, इसका मतलब 70% हमारा ह्यूमन रिसोर्स, हमारी यूथ पावर अभी भी यूटिलाइज नहीं होती है। अगर हम उनको भी मेन स्ट्रीम में लाते हैं तो वी कैन गो अहेड। दूसरी बात, कई बार हम सुनते रहो सर कि दुनिया का सबसे ज्यादा युवा आबादी वाला हमारा हिंदुस्तान है। दुनिया की सबसे ज्यादा युवा आबादी हमारे देश, लगभग 40% पीपल आर यंग हियर, 18 to 40, लगभग 16 से 40 के एज ग्रुप में हमारे पास लगभग 40% आबादी है। नाउ इट डिपेंड्स ऑन यू वेदर इट इज एसेट और लायबिलिटी। ये अच्छी बात है कि बुरी बात है, अब इसके बारे में हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। अच्छी बात कब होगी? जब ये सारे युवाओं को कुछ न कुछ काम मिलता है, कुछ न कुछ उनको स्किल आता है, उस स्किल के सारे कुछ न कुछ वो नेशनल मेकिंग या नेशन मेकिंग में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, देश की जीडीपी बढ़ाने में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं, देश का प्रोडक्शन बढ़ाने में कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। तो दैट यंग पॉपुलेशन इज एसेट टू अस। मतलब हमारे घर में बहुत युवा बैठे हैं, हमारे घर में बहुत सारी मतलब यंग मेंबर्स है हमारे घर में, लेकिन सारे के सारे अगर सिर्फ बैठकर खाना खाते हैं तो दे आर नॉट एसेट, दे आर बर्डन टू फैमिली। इन द सेम वे, अगर हमारी युवा आबादी देश को बनाने में कंट्रीब्यूट नहीं करती है तो दे आर लायबिलिटी, दे आर बर्डन टू अस। एंड लेट मी टेल यू सर, उच्च शिक्षा ही उनको काम कराने के लायक बनाती है। स्कूली शिक्षा सिर्फ उनको कुछ किसी न किसी हद तक लिटरेसी देती है, सिर्फ लिटरेसी देती है, काम करने के लायक, नौकरी के लायक, किसी फैक्ट्री में काम करने के लायक उनको योग्य नहीं बनाती। सो दैट रेस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी इज ऑन द हायर एजुकेशन। और अंत में एक बात कहूंगा मैं यहां कि लगभग हमारे देश के 70% या मोर देन 70% स्टूडेंट हमारे, या बच्चे मैं कहूंगा, युवा कहूंगा, अभी भी उच्च शिक्षा तक नहीं आ पाए हैं। आपको बाद में फिगर भी दूंगा, मैं आपको एग्जैक्ट फिगर दूंगा। अभी भी मोर देन 70% यूथ ऑफ आवर इंडिया आर आउटसाइड हायर एजुकेशन। हम मराठी में कहते हैं ना, शाला बाह्य मुले। इन द सेम वे, उच्च शिक्षा से दूर, उच्च शिक्षा से वंचित लगभग मोर देन 70% यूथ आर देयर। और उनके न आने के अनेक कारण। और एक बात मैं आपको बता दूं यहां कि दोज यूथ डू नॉट बिलोंग टू वन ग्रुप, not belong to one state, do not belong to one community or one religion. They are scattered over in different groups. और वो ग्रुप्स क्या है? फिर एससीज है, एसटीज है, ओबीसीज है, ईडब्ल्यूएस है, माइनॉरिटीज है, पीडब्ल्यूडीज है, मेनी मोर थिंग्स आर देयर। तो इसीलिए इन सारे लोगों को शिक्षा में लाना जरूरी है। नाउ फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल लेट मी गिव द फिगर्स हियर। कहाँ लोग गए यार सारे? कोई है? इतना सन्नाटा क्यों छाया है भाई? एमएमटीटीसी टीम की तरफ से कोई है यहाँ जो इन लोगों को रिक्वेस्ट करे कि कैमरा ओपन करे?
Yes, sir. Yes. Participant, please.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will request to all the participants. They will open the camera, sir.
प्लीज
Yes,
बस
sir.
बात सिर्फ या 70-80 मिनट की बात में तो आपको कैमरा ऑफ करना ही है, घर ही जाना है। चलो, थैंक यू।
Yes, sir.
सो हियर इज अ टेबल बिफोर यू। यहाँ जो मैंने फिगर आपके सामने रखे हैं, दो फिगर्स आर फ्रॉम AISHE report 2021-22। अगर आप इस फिगर को देख पा रहे हैं तो मैं थोड़ा इसको बड़ा बनाता हूं। These figures are from Government of India's Ministry of Education report that is called AISHE report, All India Survey of Higher Education, year 2021-22। ये हमारे पास लेटेस्ट है पवन जी। इसके बाद ना 22-23 में आया, ना 23-24 में आया, ना 24-25 में आया। हमारे पास सबसे ताजा रिपोर्ट ये है, सबसे लेटेस्ट रिपोर्ट हमारे पास है, और ये गवर्नमेंट का रिपोर्ट है। उसको मैंने सिर्फ आपके लिए कंपाइल किया है, इसको अलग अलग पेजेस से फिगर लेके यहां मैंने बनाया। एंड लेट मी टेल यू, ये हमारे उच्च शिक्षा का ये सेटअप है जिसमें लगभग 1168 यूनिवर्सिटी और यूनिवर्सिटी लाइक इंस्टीट्यूट्स। मैं बात कर रहा हूं 21-22 की। हो सकता है कि आज ये फिगर बदल चुके होंगे, लेकिन हमारे पास लेटेस्ट फिगर नहीं है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने उसको पब्लिश नहीं किया। 1168 हमारे पास यूनिवर्सिटी और यूनिवर्सिटी लाइक इंस्टीट्यूट आते हैं। उसमें से मैं आपको बता दूं 207 सेंटर के, जिसको बनाता सेंटर है, जिसको फंडिंग भी सेंटर करता है, जिसको हम कहते हैं सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटीज और सेंट्रल इंस्टीट्यूट्स। ये 207 है। 488 स्टेट फंडेड यूनिवर्सिटीज है, जैसे कि आपका अमरावती है, नागपुर है, औरंगाबाद है, पुणे है, मुंबई है। ये लगभग 488, 488, एंड देयर आर 473 प्योरली प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज। मेरे ख्याल से आपके विदर्भा में दत्ता मेघी इंस्टीट्यूट है, दैट इज प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी। हो सकता है कि आपके नागपुर में कोई सिम्बायोसिस का हो, सिम्बायोसिस यूनिवर्सिटी का एक आपके पास यूनिट है। सो दीज आर प्योरली प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी, जिसको बनाते भी प्राइवेट लोग हैं और जिसकी फंडिंग भी प्राइवेट पीपल करते हैं। इसमें गवर्नमेंट का कोई रोल होता नहीं है। एंड दे आर 473। फिर बात करते हैं कॉलेजेस की, आपके देश से कॉलेज। द टोटल नंबर इन दैट ईयर वाज 45,473। I repeat, 45,473 colleges were there, पूरे कॉलेजेस हमारे देश में। उसमें से गवर्नमेंट के कॉलेज थे 9,193, प्योरली गवर्नमेंट कॉलेजेस, जिसको बनाती गवर्नमेंट है, जिसका फंडिंग भी गवर्नमेंट करती है, जिसका रिक्रूटमेंट भी गवर्नमेंट करती है, जिसका इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर भी गवर्नमेंट ही करती है। Such colleges are almost 9,000 in our country. Then there are private but aided colleges, हम जिसको ग्रांटेड कॉलेज कहते हैं, ग्रांटेबल कॉलेज कहते हैं, अनुदानित। मैनेजमेंट इज प्राइवेट बट सैलरी ग्रांट इज गिवन बाय द स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, जैसे कि महाराष्ट्र में बहुत सारे हैं। एंड द नंबर इज 5,695 in the year 2022. And let me tell you, there are 27,937 purely unaided private colleges, सेल्फ फाइनेंस को आप इसको या परमानेंट नॉन ग्रांट को। द नंबर इज दिस वन। उसके बाद और एक कैटेगरी आती है SAI, स्टैंड अलोन इंस्टीट्यूट्स। SAI, इट इज नॉट साई बाबा, SAI, और इट इज नॉट स्पोर्ट अथॉरिटी ऑफ इंडिया, इट इज स्टैंड अलोन इंस्टीट्यूट, जो कि काम तो उच्च शिक्षा का करते हैं लेकिन वो किसी विश्वविद्यालय से एफिलेट होते नहीं है। जैसे कि आपका डीएड कॉलेज है, आपके सिटी में बहुत सारे डीएड कॉलेज हो, दोज आर पार्ट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन बट दे आर नॉट एफिलेटेड टू यूनिवर्सिटी, वो सीधा उसको एनसीटी कंट्रोल करता है। या फिर आपका पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज है, देखो पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज आपका विश्वविद्यालय से एफिलिएट नहीं होता है, बट स्टूडेंट देयर आर पार्ट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन, सो दे आर ऑलमोस्ट 12,002 उनकी संख्या पे लगभग 12,000 है। उसमें से जैसे कि मैंने कहा 1.5 कॉलेजेस है लगभग 3,000 के आसपास, पॉलिटेक्निक कॉलेज है लगभग 3,600 और नर्सिंग इंस्टीट्यूट है लगभग 3,000-3,500। सो दिस इज आवर हायर एजुकेशन सेटअप। ये हमारा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है, ये हमारा सेटअप। और इन सेटअप में देखो, आप ये देखना है, ये फिगर देखना, यूनिवर्सिटीज में 96 लाख। मैं आपको ये भी बता दूं कहीं ना कहीं शायद आगे होगा कि हमारे देश में 21-22 में लगभग 4,33,00,000 स्टूडेंट थे टोटल मिला के। सारे विश्वविद्यालय, सारे कॉलेजेस, सारे SAI सारे मिला के लगभग 4,33,00,000। मैंने संख्या आपको यूनिवर्सिटीज की बताई, कॉलेज की बताई, SAI की बताई। अब मैं थोड़ा उसको आगे लेके जाता हूं। हाँ, अब बात करते हैं एनरोलमेंट की। जो मैंने फिगर बताया ना आपको, 4,33,00,000। अब इसमें देखो, मैंने शुरू में कहा था कि द डाइवर्सिटी कम्स फ्रॉम डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स। वो फीमेल से आती है, वो एससी से आती है, एसटी से आती है, ओबीसी से आती है, PWD, हर जगह से आती है। एंड वी हैव टू सी हियर what is the participation of these groups in our higher education। हमें देखना क्या है यहाँ कि अलग अलग ग्रुप से, अलग अलग डाइवर्स ग्रुप से हमारे पास कितने युवा या लड़के लड़कियां उच्च शिक्षा में आ पाते। तो यहां देख लेना, जैसे कि मैंने कहा आपको कि 4,33,00,000 स्टूडेंट्स वेयर देयर इन द ईयर 21-22। और उस साल का हमारे देश का उच्च शिक्षा का GER था 28.4। फिर कैमरा बंद करके लोग चले गए। हेलो,
Participant, please start your videos.
अरे ये बहुत, मुझे भी बहुत इंसल्टिंग लगता है, आपको तो पता नहीं, बार बार ये कहना पड़ता है। चलो, अब लिया है तो उसको कंटिन्यू करना पड़ेगा। तो सी द GER, gross enrollment ratio of the year 21-22 is 28.4। अभी ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो निकाला कैसे जाता है, उसका सिंपल फंडा है, उसका सिंपल फार्मूला है। हमारे देश में 18 to 23 के एज ग्रुप में, आई रिपीट, 18 to 23 के एज ग्रुप में जितनी भी पॉपुलेशन आती है, उसमें से कितने उच्च शिक्षा में आ पाते हैं, दैट इज GER। पाटिल साहब, आई होप कि आई एम एबल टू मेक इट कन्विंसिंग टू यू। मुझे लगता है कि ये बात को मैं आपके सामने रखने में, सीधे तरीके से रखने में सफल हो चुका हूं। एक कैलकुलेट किया जाता है कि हमारे देश में 18 से 23 के एज ग्रुप में इतनी पॉपुलेशन है, और उसमें से जितने उच्च शिक्षा में आ पाते हैं उस साल में, वो उस साल का GER होता है। अब थोड़ा समझ लेना, मैंने आपको फिगर बताया 4,33,00,000। ये क्या है, ये टोटल का 28% है, 28.4। ये टोटल का 28.4% है। उसका 100% कितना हो सकता है, मेरे ख्याल से लगभग 13 करोड़ बच्चे हो सकते हैं। मतलब उस साल में 21-22 में ये कैलकुलेट किया गया कि हमारे देश में 18 से 23 के एज ग्रुप में लगभग 13 करोड़ युवा है, और उसमें से सिर्फ 4,33,00,000 आ चुके हैं। मतलब हमारा GER 28.4 है। उसमें भी देख लेना, 2.26 करोड़ वेर मेल एंड 2.07 करोड़ वेर फीमेल। अब थोड़ा नीचे आते हैं, what is the participation of youth coming from SC categories? चलो कोई बात नहीं. Now in that year 66.23 lakh were SC students or students coming from SC category in that year. कितने थे? सिर्फ 66,23,000 कमिंग फ्रॉम SC कैटेगरी. और उनका GR था सर 25.9 मतलब 26%. SCs में से हमारे पास सिर्फ 26% बच्चे थे, मतलब 74% स्टूडेंट्स और आई शुड से यूथ फ्रॉम SC कैटेगरी वेयर आउटसाइड कॉलेज एंड यूनिवर्सिटी. फिर बात करते हैं STs की, शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइब्स. उनका फिगर कितना है? 27.1 लाख, लगभग 27 लाख बच्चे, ओनली 27 लाख. आपको याद होगा सर कि हमारे देश में ऐसे बहुत सारे स्टेट्स है, बहुत सारे बेल्ट है जहां ST पॉपुलेशन ज्यादा है. जैसे कि आपके विदर्भा में चंद्रपुर, गढ़चिरौली, यवतमाल, या फिर हमारे कोकण एरिया में बहुत सारे ठाणे, जवार, दिस पार्ट ऑफ देयर. आपका धुलिया भी है उधर. ये तो मैं महाराष्ट्र की बात कर रहा हूं. हमारे पास कुछ ऐसे स्टेट्स है जो प्योरली ट्राइबल है, जैसे कि झारखंड है, आपका छत्तीसगढ़ है. यहाँ ट्राइबल पॉपुलेशन कॉन्सेंट्रेट करता है. हमारे नॉर्थ ईस्ट में भी बहुत सारे सॉरी ट्राइबल बेल्ट हैं. इतने सारे मिला के भी सर हमारे पास सिर्फ 27 लाख बच्चे ST में, और उनका GER है 21.2. मतलब अगर 100 बच्चे हैं ST के तो उसमें से सिर्फ 21 बच्चे उच्च शिक्षा में आ पाते हैं. इसका मतलब 79% आर आउटसाइड. 79% ST बच्चों को उच्च शिक्षा में एडमिशन नहीं मिल पाया, या वो नहीं ले सके, या नहीं आया. देन कम टू द bigger figure, that is from OBC, 1,63 lakh. What is the figure? The biggest figure, the highest figure is from OBC, 1,63 lakh. But sir, remember here, GER is not available. मैं आपको टोटल GR दे पाया, मैं आपको SCs का GR दे पाया, मैं आपको STs का GR दे पाया, लेकिन मैं आपको OBC का GR नहीं दे पाता. इसका कारण मुझे कोई बताएगा? What could be the reason that I am not able to give your GR? मैं आपको इसका कारण ये बता देता हूं कि हमारे देश में कितने OBCs है या हो सकते हैं, इसका गवर्नमेंट के पास फिगर ही नहीं है. Because in our India, caste census is not there. इसलिए आजकल पॉलिटिकल गलियारों में बात होती है कि कास्ट सेंसस होना चाहिए, कास्ट वाइज सेंसस होना चाहिए, तभी तो हमें पता चलेगा कि हमारे देश में ओबीसी कितने हैं, PWDs कितने हैं, माइनॉरिटीज कितने हैं. द सेम इज ट्रू अबाउट अदर ग्रुप्स. अदर ग्रुप्स में क्या है? माइनॉरिटीज, PWDs and EWS. Minorities means what? Muslim, Jain, Christian, Sikh, Buddhist, ये सारे माइनॉरिटीज. फिर PWDs, पर्सन विथ डिसेबिलिटी, हम जिसको दिव्यांगजन कहते हैं, दिव्यांग कहते हैं, या पहले हम उसको अपंग कहते थे. ये सारे मिला के हमारे पास फिगर आता है 37.58 लाख. कितना है? 37.58 लाख. रिमेंबर, सारे मिला के. यहाँ फिर अगेन द सेम थिंग, सेम कहानी हियर, GR इज नॉट अवेलेबल. मुराद सर, मैं आपको बता दूं, हमारे देश के गवर्नमेंट के पास ये पता नहीं है कि हमारे देश में एग्जैक्टली कितने मुसलमान हैं, कितने सिख्स है, कितने बुद्धिस्ट है, कितने जैन है, कितने क्रिश्चियन है, पता नहीं. हम ये कह सकते हैं कि इस लोकसभा में इतना वोटिंग परसेंटेज है, या किस लोकसभा में कितने एससीज है, कितने ओबीसीज है, कितने मुसलमान है, लेकिन ये नहीं कह सकते हमारे देश में कितने युवा इस पर्टिकुलर कैटेगरी से। इसका कारण ये है कि हमारे पास उस प्रकार का सेंसस नहीं है। एंड अगेन लेट मी टेल यू, लगभग उस साल में 12 लाख बच्चे नॉर्थ ईस्ट से थे। नॉर्थ ईस्ट इन द सेंस हमारे जो 7-8 स्टेट है नॉर्थ ईस्ट में वो थे। हम थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं, अब थोड़ा सा इस बात के ध्यान देते हैं। अगर हम इंडिविजुअल मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी की बात करते हैं यहां, तो देख लेना 4,33,00,000 में उनका पार्टिसिपेशन, मुस्लिम का पार्टिसिपेशन सिर्फ 21 लाख। अब देखो, मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन का देश में, हमारे देश में मुस्लिम पॉपुलेशन को लेकर कई बातें की जाती है। किसी स्टेट में 10% है, किसी स्टेट में 15 है, किसी में 14 है, किसी में 16 है, लेकिन कैलकुलेट ये किया जाता है कि लगभग 15 to 18%। मैं इसको एस्टिमेट कर रहा हूं, अप्रोक्सीमेटली कह रहा हूं कि हमारे देश के पास फिगर नहीं तो मैं कहां से दूं। मान लीजिए कि 18% है या 20%। आज हमारे देश का पॉपुलेशन लगभग 140 करोड़ है, उसका 20% लगभग 28 करोड़ होता है। और उसमें मान लीजिए 2 करोड़ तो कम से कम हो गए 18 to 23 के एज ग्रुप में। और देख लेना उसमें से सिर्फ 21 लाख कार अवेलेबल टू कंट्री। इसलिए मैं कह रहा था कि अगर हमारे देश का इतना एक बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा उच्च शिक्षा से बाहर रहता है या उनका कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं ले पाते उच्च शिक्षा में, दैट इज ए बिग लॉस। अदर माइनॉरिटीज की क्या फिगर है देख लेना, 9,05,000, सिर्फ 9 लाख। मैं आपको ये बता दूं, हाँ ये देख लेना यहाँ, पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी। फिर आप वही कहानी है, हमारे देश में एग्जैक्ट फिगर कितना है डिसेबल का पता नहीं है, लेकिन उच्च शिक्षा में सिर्फ 88,000 आ पाते हैं। इतने बड़े देश में, इतने बड़े इंस्टीट्यूट में, इतने बड़े हायर एजुकेशन में सिर्फ 88,000 पीडब्ल्यूडी है। ऐसा तो होगा नहीं। देयर आर डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ डिसेबिलिटीज, डिफरेंट टाइप्स ऑफ। हम डिसेबिलिटी की व्याख्या कैसे करते हैं? जिसको हाथ नहीं है, जिसको पैर नहीं है, जिसको कुछ फिजिकल डिफॉर्मिटी है, उसको हम डिसेबिलिटी कहते हैं। लेकिन बहुत सारी डिसेबिलिटीज विजिबल नहीं होती है। जैसे कि किसी को नंबर दिखाई नहीं देते हैं, कोई स्लो लर्नर है, किसी को लर्निंग डिसेबिलिटी है, तो किसी को इंटेलेक्चुअल डिसेबिलिटी है, किसी को मेंटल डिसेबिलिटी है। ये बहुत प्रकार के डिसेबिलिटीज है। और उसमें से हमारे पास सिर्फ 88,000 आए। तो याद आए एक बात यहां और सुन लेना है, हमारे देश में उस साल में फॉरेन स्टूडेंट थे सिर्फ 46,000। कितने थे? 46,878। सिर्फ इतने फॉरेन स्टूडेंट्स हैं हमारे देश में। और हमारे बाहर कितने थे? लगभग 7 या 8 लाख थे। चलो थोड़ा आगे बढ़ते हैं। आज स्टूडेंट के साथ साथ हमें हमारा टीचिंग पार्टिसिपेंट भी देखना पड़ेगा। सिर्फ बात स्टूडेंट की नहीं है, बात है यहाँ हमारे टीचिंग फैकल्टी में भी इन ग्रुप का कितना पार्टिसिपेशन है। जैसे कि मैंने आपसे कहा था कि हमारे देश में लगभग 16 लाख टीचर्स हैं। फिगर इज हियर 15,97,668। मैं आपको रफली बताया कि 16 लाख, इसमें सारे प्रकार के टीचर आ गए। प्रोफेसर आ गए, डायरेक्टर आ गए, एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर आ गए, असिस्टेंट आ गए, ट्यूटर आ गए, डेमोन्स्ट्रेटर आ गए, फुल टाइम आ गए, रेगुलर आ गए, इरेगुलर आ गए, एडिड, अनएडिड, पार्शियली एडिड, सब 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 मिला के हर जगह काम करने वाले, यूनिवर्सिटी में काम करने वाले, कॉलेज में काम करने वाले, या फिर इंजीनियरिंग में काम करने वाले, सारे मिला के हमारे पास एक फिगर आता है अराउंड 16 लाख। उसमें से देखना सर, लगभग 9 लाख मेल है और लगभग 7 लाख फीमेल है। यहां पे देख लेना कितने डिस्पैरिटी है। देयर इज अ डिस्पैरिटी ऑफ 2 लाख, यस सॉरी, यस 2 लाख, देयर इज डिस्पैरिटी ऑफ 2 लाख, मतलब फीमेल से ज्यादा मेल है। उसके बाद देखो बात करते हैं एससी कैटेगरी। हमारे देश में लगभग 1.5 लाख एससी कैटेगरी से बिलोंग करने वाले टीचर्स, उसमें से भी मेल 92,000, फीमेल 56,000, ह्यूज गैप ऑफ लगभग 30,000। एसटी देख लेना, ओनली 41,000, उसमें से मेल 23,000, फीमेल 18,000। ओबीसी ये फिगर आपको बड़ा लग सकता है, 5,16,000। ये फिगर इज 5,16,000 ओबीसी, और उसमें 29,000, सॉरी 2,97,000 मेल एंड 2,18,000 फीमेल। देखो मतलब जिस प्रकार हमारे देश के स्टूडेंट में ये संख्या ज्यादा नहीं है, उसी प्रकार वो टीचिंग फैकल्टी में भी नहीं है। तो यहां बात आती है रिजर्वेशन। इट क्लियरली मीन दैट रिजर्वेशन इज नॉट फॉलोड एग्जैक्टली और इन द टोटल। फिर बात करते हैं पीडब्ल्यूडी की। देखो हमारे पास सिर्फ 10,000 टीचर्स हैं जो पीडब्ल्यूडी से आते हैं। पीडब्ल्यूडी मतलब पब्लिक वर्क डिपार्टमेंट नहीं है यहाँ, आई मीन टू से पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी। हम जानते हैं कि ऐसे पीडब्ल्यूडी के लिए भी हमारे पास लगभग 2% रिजर्वेशन है। इसे देखिए, बात करेंगे मुस्लिम्स की, ओनली 90,000 टीचर्स आर देयर फ्रॉम मुस्लिम कम्युनिटी, ओनली 90,000, और बाकी जो माइनॉरिटी थे उसमें से लगभग 1,40,000। मैं कहना ये चाह रहा हूं यार कि देयर इज अ लेस पार्टिसिपेशन of these diverse groups, not only in students but in teachers also, and the same story can be said about non-teaching positions also. ये भी देख लेना, लगभग 12 लाख हमारे पास नॉन टीचिंग पोजीशन है, लगभग 12 लाख नॉन टीचिंग में काम करते हैं। उसमें से एससीज में 1,81,000, एसटीज में ओनली 56,000, ओबीसी में ये बड़ा फिगर है 3,45,000, पीडब्ल्यूडी में 5,000 लगभग, मुस्लिम ओनली 41,000, अदर माइनॉरिटीज 36,000 एंड ईडब्ल्यूएस थोड़ा फिगर ज्यादा है। अब हम बात करेंगे यहाँ कारण। कुछ लोग हैं तो थोड़ा अपना कैमरा ओपन करें, बिकॉज दिस इज द रीजन व्हाई देयर इज लेस पार्टिसिपेशन। ये कारण है कि क्यों हमारे डिफरेंट डाइवर्स ग्रुप के बच्चे शिक्षा में नहीं आते, पर्टिकुलरली हायर एजुकेशन। आप तो यवतमाल में काम करते हैं, दैट इज आई शुड से नॉट एग्जैक्टली शेड्यूल्ड ट्राइबल एरिया, बट ट्राइब्स आर, नोमैडिक ट्राइब्स आर देयर, विजयंतीज आर मोर देयर। और ये सारे कारण आपको दिखाई देंगे कि व्हाई देयर इज अ लेस पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ दिस ग्रुप्स इन एजुकेशन। सबसे पहला कारण ये देखा जाता है कि लैक ऑफ नॉलेज ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन अपॉर्चुनिटीज। हमारे पेरेंट्स को, हमारे बच्चों को, बहुत सारे बच्चों को अभी भी पता नहीं है कि उच्च शिक्षा का महत्व क्या है, उच्च शिक्षा लेने के बाद क्या क्या अपॉर्चुनिटीज मिल सकते हैं, क्या क्या हो सकता है, नॉट नोन टू। बस 10वीं हो गई, 12वीं हो गई, बात खत्म, बस हो गई शिक्षा। They don't know the difference between the school education and higher education. 12वीं तक जो भी होता है उसको स्कूल एजुकेशन कहते हैं, और 12वीं के बाद जो भी है उसको हम यूनिवर्सिटी और कॉलेज एजुकेशन कहते हैं, और इन टेक्निकल वर्ड दैट इज कॉल्ड हायर एजुकेशन। आज भी हमारे स्टूडेंट्स को और उनके पेरेंट्स को उच्च शिक्षा लेना जरूरी है, ये बिल्कुल पता नहीं। दैट इज वन ऑफ द रीजन। बहुत पढ़ लिया बोलते बात खत्म, एंड दैट टू इन केस ऑफ विमेन, पर्टिकुलरली विमेन के बाद हम देहात से आते हैं, हम रूरल एरिया से आते हैं, 8वीं 9वीं 10वीं हो गई, बात खत्म। आप तो ट्राइबल एरिया से आते हैं, वहां ज्यादा पढ़ाया नहीं जाता, 12वीं हो गई बहुत। The second reason is that cost of pursuing higher education. आप तो प्रोफेशनल कॉलेज में काम करते हैं, you know what kind of fees is charged there. हमारे सामने बात होती है आर्ट्स कॉमर्स साइंस कॉलेज की, वहां फीस कम है। लेकिन जब हम प्रोफेशनल कॉलेजेस की बात करते हैं, प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज की बात करते हैं, वी नो दैट द फीस इज हायर देयर, एंड नथिंग रॉन्ग, but the only reason is that the matter of concern is that not all of the parents are competent enough or strong enough or sound enough to pay the fees. दिन ब दिन उच्च शिक्षा की खर्चे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं और लोगों का इनकम कम होते जा रहा है। पर्टिकुलर मैं आपको बताऊं कि कोरोना के बाद, कोविड के बाद, एक हम एम्प्लॉय छोड़े तो किसी का भी इनकम नहीं बढ़ा है, लेकिन खर्चे जरूर बढ़े हैं। सचिन सर को याद होगा कितने खर्चे में उन्होंने अपना इंजीनियरिंग पूरा किया होगा या मास्टर पूरा किया होगा, और आज कितना पैसा लगता है। मैं तो कभी कभी अपने बच्चों को कहता हूं कि मुझे जितना पैसा मेरे पहली से लेकर मास्टर तक लगा, उससे ज्यादा पैसा मैंने तेरे को नर्सरी में या फर्स्ट स्टैंडर्ड में पे किया है। दैट इज द रियलिटी। मतलब द कॉस्ट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन इज ग्रोइंग हाई, but the income of the people is going down. So this disparity between the growing cost and going down income is one of the reasons. Then मैं आपको ये भी बात करूं, यहाँ दूसरा एक रीजन है geographical distance and language barriers. Geographical distance and language barriers. मैं इस रिपोर्ट का सहारा आपको और एक बार लूंगा मैं यहाँ। जैसे कि मैंने कहा कि हमारे देश में लगभग 45,473 कॉलेजेस, और ये रिपोर्ट हमें ये भी बताता है कि किस स्टेट में उस कॉलेज की डेंसिटी क्या है। डेंसिटी, या वहां वर्ड इस्तेमाल ये किया गया है कि हाउ मेनी कॉलेजेस आर अवेलेबल फॉर 1 लाख एलिजिबल पॉपुलेशन। मतलब 1823 के एज ग्रुप में जो पॉपुलेशन है उसको हम हायर एजुकेशन की एलिजिबल पॉपुलेशन कहते हैं। और ये रिपोर्ट हमें ये बताता है कि हमारे देश में एट द नेशनल लेवल देयर आर 31 कॉलेजेस अवेलेबल फॉर 1 लाख एलिजिबल पॉपुलेशन। मतलब 1 लाख एलिजिबल पॉपुलेशन के लिए हमारे देश में नेशनल लेवल पे 31 कॉलेजेस आर अवेलेबल। महाराष्ट्र में ये फिगर थोड़ा सा ठीक है, वी हैव 34 कॉलेजेस। हम जैसे जैसे साउथ में जाते हैं वैसे वैसे ये परसेंटेज बढ़ता है। महाराष्ट्र से ज्यादा तेलंगाना में है, कर्नाटक में है, केरला में है, तमिलनाडु में। लेकिन हम जैसे जैसे सेंट्रल इंडिया में आते हैं, सेंट्रल इंडिया में आते हैं, वहां ये फिगर कम होता है। एग्जाम्पल के तौर पे आपको बता दूं, जिस बिहार में आज इलेक्शन चल रहा है, उस बिहार में फॉर 1 लाख एलिजिबल पॉपुलेशन देर आर ओनली 10 कॉलेजेस। कोई मुझे सुन रहा है? दिस इज ए वेरी ग्रेव, दिस इज ए वेरी सीरियस मैटर कि जिस बिहार में आज के इलेक्शन का माहौल चल रहा है, उस बिहार में 1 लाख एलिजिबल पॉपुलेशन के लिए सिर्फ 10 कॉलेजेस। महाराष्ट्र में 34 है, नेशनल लेवल पे 31। देखो, बिहार जैसा बड़ा स्टेट जहां पॉपुलेशन काफी ज्यादा है, लेकिन उस बड़े स्टेट में 1 लाख पॉपुलेशन के लिए सिर्फ 10 कॉलेज है। इसका मतलब ये, एक तो जो भी कॉलेजेस है वो सिटीज में है, अगर सेमी रूरल में है, सेमी अर्बन में है, तो वो दूर दूर है। और यहां से एक जगह से दूसरी जगह जाने के लिए जो पैसा लगता है वो पुअर फैमिलीज अफोर्ड नहीं कर सकते। दैट इज वन। Second thing, language barrier is also there. हेलो,
रिस्पॉन्स दे रहा था उसको.
अवघड आहे बघा, फारच अवघड आहे. You
हाँ, hello, sir.
we people are just completing the formality. We are just performing the ritual.
No, no, sir.
Meaningless
All we are
ritual.
online and sir, continuously attending your session, sir.
I know, but I want you to be visible, sir.
Yeah,
मैं
sir.
can-
Yes, sir. I am visible to you, sir, and other also.
शायद फिर नेटवर्क का इश्यू होगा शायद.
Yeah, sir. Network issue and there's a light issue also. That's why, sir. Otherwise, there's no problem, sir.
I say जिनके पास ये सारी चीजें अवेलेबल है वो तो कम से कम विजिबल रह सकते हैं ना. चलो
Yes, yes,
मान
sir.
लीजिए कि कई जगह नेटवर्क इश्यू हो सकता है, लाइट का इश्यू हो सकता है. दैट इज
Yeah,
वन
sir,
ऑफ द
yeah.
डिजिटल डिवाइड. हम इसकी भी
Yeah.
बात समझते हैं.
Yeah, yeah,
बट
sir.
जस्ट
Yes, sir. Yes. Yes.
थैंक यू.
Please continue, sir. Yes.
अब लैंग्वेज भी बहुत बड़ा बैरियर है हमारे पास. इस पॉलिसी के आने से पहले हम जानते थे कि इंग्लिश इज कंपल्सरी एवरीवेयर. और आज भी देख लो, हमारे पास कौन से बच्चे आते हैं, कौन से एग्जाम पास करके बच्चे आते हैं हमारे पास, जो 12th का एग्जाम पास करके आए हैं. और 12th में इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज पेपर इज कंपल्सरी थे. इसका मतलब जो बच्चे इंग्लिश में अपने आप को कंफर्टेबल नहीं कर पाते हैं, वो बच्चे 12वीं की परीक्षा नहीं पास कर पाएंगे, वो फेल हो जाएंगे और नेचुरली दे विल नॉट बी पार्ट ऑफ हायर एजुकेशन. मतलब इंग्लिश का वहां होना, हालांकि इंग्लिश को एक अलग पर्पज से वहां रखी गई है. इट इज एन इंटरनेशनल लैंग्वेज एंड वी मस्ट हैव मिनिमम कॉम्पिटेंस इन इंग्लिश. मिनिमम 35 मार्क चाहिए आपको सिर्फ. लेकिन हम देखते कि हमारे देश में 35 मार्क भी बहुत सारे बच्चे स्कोर नहीं कर पाते. एंड एज दे आर अनेबल टू पास दैट 12th एग्जाम, they cannot come to the higher education, they do not become part of higher education. यहाँ इंग्लिश एक बैरियर के रूप में हमारे सामने आता है, एज ए बैरियर इशू. आप भी ट्राई, मेरे ख्याल से आप तो बहुत सारी चीजों के लिए आप जूनियर कॉलेज को विजिट करते हो, कभी कभार एडमिशन के लिए, कभी कभी अवेयरनेस कैंपेन के लिए आप जाते हो. और आपके पास हो सकता है कि आप उस कॉलेज की लिस्ट भी लेते होंगे कि कितने बच्चे अपियर हुए थे 12वीं, और आपके पास ये भी फिगर होगा उसमें से कितने बच्चे पास हो चुके हैं 12वीं. और अगर आप उसको और डीप में जाके देखते हैं तो आपको ये पता चलेगा कि बहुत सारे बच्चे वहां इंग्लिश सब्जेक्ट में या इंग्लिश मीडियम के चलते फेल हो जाते हैं. मतलब बिकॉज ऑफ इंग्लिश almost 20% or 10% students are unable to enter higher education. So language is one of the barriers here. और बात मैं आपको बता, हम मराठी की भी बात करें जो कि हमारे स्टेट लैंग्वेज. See, the books that we read, the newspaper that we read, the news that we listen to or watch on TV, those all are available in standard Marathi, what we call received pronunciation of Marathi. रेशमी मैडम साहब, आपको पता होगा कि महाराष्ट्र में मराठी की वो वैरायटी को स्टैंडर्ड माना जाता है, एक्सेप्टेबल माना जाता है, जो मराठी पुणे के सदाशिव पेट में रहने वाले जो नेटिव एजुकेटेड पुणेकर है वो इस्तेमाल करते हैं. That is called standard variety of Marathi, standard dialect of Marathi. I repeat, native educated resident of Sadashivpet in Pune, वो लोग जिस प्रकार की मराठी इस्तेमाल करते हैं वो मराठी हमारे स्टेट की स्टैंडर्ड वैरायटी है. आपके विदर्भ में अलग वैरायटी बोली जाती है, आपके नॉर्थ महाराष्ट्र में अदर वैरायटी बोली जाती है, मराठवाड़ा में डिफरेंट है. सो रिमेंबर, इट इज ऑल्सो सीन कि many students do not follow proper Marathi, or I should say standard Marathi. आप तो ट्राइबल एरिया में, and their Marathi may be compulsory there. आपको ये पता चलेगा कि some students fail in Marathi also because that is academic. Then the most important reason is here. सबसे बड़ा रीजन ये है लेस एनरोलमेंट का, पुअर एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी पोटेंशियल ऑफ मेनी हायर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम. लकीली आप प्रोफेशनल कॉलेज में काम करते हैं जहां बच्चों को आप कोई ना कोई प्रोफेशनल का ट्रेनिंग देते हैं, कोई ना कोई स्किल एजुकेशन देते हैं. आपके बच्चों को कुछ ना कुछ तो रोजगार कैसे भी मिल जाएगा, कुछ छोटा मोटा रोजगार मिल जाएगा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट मिल जाएगा. लेकिन सी अबाउट और थिंक अबाउट द कन्वेंशनल कोर्सेज, ट्रेडिशनल कोर्सेज, जिसको हम आर्ट्स कॉमर्स साइंस कहते हैं. और फिर मैं आपको बता दूं कि हमारे देश के 80% स्टूडेंट्स सिर्फ यूजी प्रोग्राम में है, वो पीजी तक जाते ही नहीं. 80%. और उसमें से भी 40% हमारे स्टूडेंट सिर्फ आर्ट्स कॉमर्स साइंस में है. इसका मतलब लगभग हमारे 40% स्टूडेंट्स उस प्रोग्राम में जाते हैं जहां कोई भी एम्प्लॉयमेंट जनरेट नहीं होता. अब आर्ट्स वाले बच्चे क्या है, बीए वाले बच्चे, बीकॉम वाले बच्चे, बीएससी वाले बच्चे, उनके पास एम्प्लॉयमेंट की पॉसिबिलिटी ना के बराबर, मैं बिल्कुल नहीं कहूंगा, आई डोंट से देयर इज जीरो, बट इट इज वेरी लिटल, लिस्ट आई शुड से. And therefore, the reason is that they are having some kind of disappointment, they are having some kind of hopelessness. ना उम्मीद हम इसको कहते हैं, वो मतलब उम्मीद छोड़ चुके हैं. Therefore, they do not. अब कभी आके देख लेना, बच्चों को पूछा भाई 12वीं पास हो चुका है, कॉलेज में क्यों नहीं है, तो क्या कहेगा, पढ़ के भी क्या करेंगे, कहाँ नौकरी मिलने वाली, कहाँ काम धंधा मिलने. So this is one of the major reasons as to why there is not much growth in higher education. लेकिन मैं आपको बता दूं पिछले कुछ सालों में बढ़ रहा है, पर्टिकुलरली जो पहले ट्रेडिशनल कोर्सेज में जो लोगों का मतलब झुकाव था, अब वो प्रोफेशनल कोर्सेज में आने लगा है. आगे की बात कहूं मैं, एडमिशन प्रोसेस. नाउ टुडेज एडमिशन प्रोसेस इज ICT enabled. इट इज ऑनलाइन. बच्चों को एंट्रेंस देना है, वो भी ऑनलाइन. बच्चों को ऑनलाइन फॉर्म भरना है एंट्रेंस का, वो भी ऑनलाइन है. बच्चों को एग्जाम भी कभी कभार ऑनलाइन देनी पड़ती है. बच्चों के रिजल्ट भी ऑनलाइन आते हैं, बच्चे फॉर्म भी ऑनलाइन भरते हैं, जनरल लिस्ट भी ऑनलाइन लगती है. आपका कॉलेज अलॉटमेंट भी ऑनलाइन बच्चों को मिलता है. बट सी हाउ मेनी ऑफ आवर स्टूडेंट्स और देयर पेरेंट्स are able to do the things online. ये सबसे बड़ा इशू. और आपको तो अच्छी तरह पता है, बहुत सारी चीजें आपको उनकी ओर से करने पड़े. ऑन बी देयर बिहाफ यू हैव टू डू दैट. आई डोंट से इट इज रॉन्ग, आई डोंट से दे शुड नॉट बी ICT, बट सी ICT is there to make the things easy there. लेकिन होता क्या है कि हमारे पेरेंट्स में लिटरेसी के ना होने के कारण और हमारे बच्चों में भी ये लिटरेसी ना होने के कारण इट इज क्रिएटिंग ए प्रॉब्लम. अब आपका काउंटर क्वेश्चन ये हो सकता है कि सारे बच्चे स्मार्टफोन इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन स्मार्टफोन वो किस चीज के लिए इस्तेमाल करते हैं, वो क्या क्या एप्लीकेशन वहां चलाते हैं, ये बहुत बड़ा इशू. दे कैन ऑपरेट फेसबुक, they can watch YouTube videos, they can have WhatsApp. I know, रील बनाते हैं, मैं सब जानता हूं. लेकिन वही बच्चे ईमेल ओपन करना या ईमेल का रिप्लाई करना या कोई फॉर्म ऑनलाइन भरना नहीं जानते. कुछ लोगों को तो ये भी पता नहीं है कि व्हाट्सएप चलाने के लिए, यूट्यूब चलाने के लिए या फेसबुक चलाने के लिए एक ईमेल की जरूरत होती है. अगर आप उनको पूछे कि आपका ईमेल आईडी क्या है, वो नहीं बता पाएंगे. आप कहोगे मोबाइल है, बोलेंगे हाँ. व्हाट्सएप है, यूट्यूब है. ये सारे ऐप तो इस्तेमाल करते हैं, लेकिन उसके लिए ईमेल जरूरी होता है और उस ईमेल से ये चलता है, उनको पता नहीं। आई मीन टू से कि उनके पास मोबाइल लिटरेसी तो है, लेकिन ऑनलाइन थीम्स को लेकर लिटरेसी ना होने के कारण भी ये आज का जो हमारा एडमिशन प्रोसेस है, इट इज मेकिंग अ प्रॉब्लम। रही बात ये स्टूडेंट सपोर्ट सर्विस की, आपका प्रोफेशनल कॉलेज है, यू मस्ट बी ऑफरिंग ए वेरी साउंड सपोर्ट सर्विस, क्योंकि बच्चों को काउंसलिंग करना, उनका एडमिशन करवा लेना, उनके फॉर्म भरवा लेना, यू आर ऑफरिंग सो मेनी सर्विसेज. But such services are not available in government colleges, or I should say, traditional courses. So these are some of the reasons. Let me move onward now. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir.
तो चलो, अब तो ये हुए कारण। अब यहां बात करेंगे, what are the NEP guidelines for the government to increase the GR or to increase the participation of the diverse groups? ये जो अलग अलग कारण जो मैंने आपको अभी गिनाए, अलग अलग कारणों से ये बच्चे हायर एजुकेशन में नहीं आ पाते हैं, उसको लेकर, उनका पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाने को लेकर एनईपी क्या कहते हैं? व्हाट आर द एनईपी डायरेक्टिव्स और एनईपी गाइडलाइंस फॉर द गवर्नमेंट टू इंक्रीज द पार्टिसिपेशन ऑफ दिस ग्रुप, हम जिसको नॉर्मल तौर पे SEDG कहते हैं, सोशियो इकोनॉमिकली डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप्स. It is called SEDG, सोशियो-इकोनॉमिकली डिसएडवांटेज ग्रुप्स. तो ये पॉलिसी कहती है, सबसे पहले गवर्नमेंट को ये सलाह देती है कि आप SEDGs के एजुकेशन के लिए कुछ फंड रिजर्व करें ऑन द गवर्नमेंट लेवल. प्लीज, क्या कहती है? आपको खास इन लोगों के लिए, इन लोगों को उच्च शिक्षा में लाने के लिए अलग से फंड रखें, ईयरमार्क करना, रिजर्व करना. वन थिंग. Second thing, developing SEZ for more colleges and more universities. मैंने आपको बिहार का एग्जांपल बताया. बिहार में 1 लाख बच्चों के लिए सिर्फ 10 कॉलेजेस हैं. इसका मतलब एज कंपेयर टू द पॉपुलेशन देयर, द नंबर ऑफ कॉलेजेस, नंबर ऑफ यूनिवर्सिटीज आर लेस. तो ऐसे एरिया को SEZ बनाइए, स्पेशल एजुकेशन जोन, और ऐसे सेज में ज्यादा कॉलेजेस बनाइए, ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटी. दैट इज डायरेक्टेड टू द गवर्नमेंट, क्योंकि कम कॉलेजेस होने के कारण वहां का इंटेक भी कम है और ज्योग्राफिकल डिस्टेंस ज्यादा है, तो बच्चे नहीं आ पाते हैं, लड़कियां नहीं आ पाती. तो कोशिश ये करो उनके पास वाले जगह में कॉलेजेस, यूनिवर्सिटीज बने. देन हाई क्वालिटी HIS दैट ऑफर एजुकेशन इन लोकल लैंग्वेज. हाँ, जैसे मैंने शुरू में कहा कि लैंग्वेज इज ऑल्सो अ बैरियर, पर्टिकुलरली इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज इज द बैरियर देयर. तो ये पॉलिसी कहती है कि यहां से आगे हम ये कोशिश करेंगे, हमारे इनिशिएटिव रहेगा कि बच्चों को उच्च शिक्षा भी उनकी भाषा में दी जाए. Not necessary that engineering courses must be taught in English only. Not necessary that all the science subjects must be taught in English only. कोई भी कोर्स, इस पॉलिसी इस बात को बहुत सीरियसली लिया है. ये पॉलिसी कहते हैं कि we will enrich our Indian language. We will translate all those foreign language books into our regional languages. हिंदी हो, मराठी हो, कोई भी हो, ये सारे बुक हम उसको ट्रांसलेट करेंगे अपने रीजनल लैंग्वेज में, और कॉलेज में, यूनिवर्सिटीज में ये सारे सब्जेक्ट भी रीजनल लैंग्वेज में या इंडियन लैंग्वेज में पढ़ाए जाए. दैट्स वन थिंग. एंड सेकंड थिंग दैट आई टोल्ड यू, टेक्नोलॉजी टूल्स फॉर बेटर पार्टिसिपेशन. जैसे कि मैंने बात की थी, इट वाज क्रिएटिंग अ प्रॉब्लम. देन व्हाट आर द गाइडलाइंस फॉर इंडिविजुअल कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज? ये देखो, इससे पहले जो मैंने बात की, those were the directives for the governments. क्योंकि फंडिंग, ये सारी चीजें गवर्नमेंट का काम, फंडिंग है, SEZ बनाना, लोकल भाषा में सारी चीजें लाना, दीज आर द गवर्नमेंट जॉब्स. नो, व्हाट आर द थिंग्स एक्सपेक्टेड ऑफ कॉलेज एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज? हमारे HEI क्या करेंगे, हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट क्या करेंगे? दीज आर फर्स्ट थिंग, मेक एडमिशन प्रोसेस इजी एंड इंक्लूसिव. ये कॉलेज कर सकता है. 70% रिजर्वेशन फॉलो करना कॉलेज कर सकता है अगर अवेलेबल है. एंड अगेन, as I told you, make admission process easy one. Too much online will not help us. Digital divide is there. उस बात को मैं दोहरा रहा हूं यहाँ. मोबाइल लिटरेसी लोगों के पास है, लेकिन ऑनलाइन सर्विस को लेकर जो लिटरेसी चाहिए वो नहीं. That we have to think. Then socio-emotional and academic support and mentoring through the suitable counseling and mentoring program. बच्चों को सिर्फ फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट की जरूरत नहीं होती है, उसके बावजूद उनको लर्निंग सपोर्ट की जरूरत होती है, उनको मतलब इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सपोर्ट की जरूरत होती है, उनको काउंसलिंग की जरूरत होती है, उनको इमोशनल काउंसलिंग की जरूरत होती है. हमारे पास आने वाले सारे बच्चे एक ही सिटी से नहीं आते, वो घर से दूर दूर एरिया से आते हैं. आपके कॉलेज में सारे के सारे बच्चे यवतमाल सिटी से नहीं है, वो कहीं और से भी है. सारे के सारे बच्चे अर्बन नहीं है, सारे के सारे बच्चे जनरल कैटेगरी के नहीं है. हो सकता है कि किसी टाइप से कोई बच्चा है, पहली बार वो घर से बाहर निकला है, एंड ही और शी फील्स होमसिक, ही और शी फील्स इनसिक्योर. हो सकता है कि उसको सारे बाकी बच्चों के साथ मतलब बात करने में, उनके साथ रहने में, या उनके साथ साथ स्पीड मेंटेन करने में उसको डिफिकल्टी आती हो. ही और शी कैनॉट कीप पेस विद द अदर स्टूडेंट्स. हो सकता है कि कुछ चीज उसको समझ में ना आई, उसने इससे पहले कभी पढ़ी ना. So he feels insecure, he feels rather himself backward. तो ऐसे सारी चीजों के लिए ये पॉलिसी कहती है कि कॉलेजेस एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज मस्ट हैव सम मेंटरिंग प्रोग्राम, और देयर मस्ट बी सम स्ट्रॉन्ग सोशियो इमोशनल एकेडमिक सपोर्ट. फिर बात आती है ब्रिज कोर्सेस बनाने की. मैंने कहा ना कि कुछ स्लो लर्नर्स होते हैं, कुछ एडवांस लर्नर्स. Comparatively, the students coming from urban areas, they are rather fast, rather advanced. But the students coming from rural, they may be rather slow, they may be rather backward. Backward not in the social term, I am telling you, they may be less advanced. तो ऐसे बच्चों को दूसरे बच्चों के साथ लाने के लिए रेमेडियल कोर्सेज या ब्रिज कोर्सेज बनने चाहिए. जैसे कि मैंने आपसे कहा कि डेवलप मोर डिग्रीज इन इंडिविजुअल एंड इंडियन एंड बाइलिंगुअल मोड. देन जेंडर सेंसिटिव को लेकर हमें बात करनी पड़ेगी. जेंडर आइडेंटिफिकेशन मतलब लड़कियों की तरफ हमें ज्यादा ध्यान देना पड़ेगा. और लास्ट थिंग, there should be strict enforcement of non-discrimination and anti-harassment rules. इन चीजों की तरफ कॉलेज ध्यान देंगे. Now, the last thing let me tell you here. एक मिनट, हाँ, एक मिनट. हेलो, बोलिए. गुड आफ्टरनून, गुड इवनिंग, बोलिए. शिवाजी कॉलेज कोणतं? हा, बोल, बोला बोला. हाँ 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 हाँ. ओके. आता उद्या एक 6 तारखेला सुरू होते, त्याच्यासाठी अप्लाय करा म्हणा. नाही, तुमच्याकडे लिंक आहे ना त्यांना? तर मी तीच लिंक द्या त्यांना, तीच लिंक द्या. हा, तिथं मला वाटतंय एक 3 ते 18 मध्ये कोर्स सुरू करतो आहोत आम्ही. 3 ते 11 नोव्हेंबर त्याला अप्लाय करा म्हणत. नोव्हेंबर ए वाला नाही, पण तो आम्ही 6 सुरू करत आहोत. तो लिंक चालू आहे, ते तीच लिंक त्याच्यावर अप्लाय करा म्हणा त्यांना. फक्त फक्त नोव्हेंबर ए चा कोर्स सिलेक्ट करा म्हणा. नोव्हेंबर ए. हा हा हा, अप्लाय करा सांगितलं. हा, ठीक आहे, काय करून घे. ओके, थँक्यू. Sorry. So these are guidelines for governments. These strategies are supposed to be implemented by the governments, and these are the strategies need to be implemented by the colleges and universities. For what? For increasing participation of all these diverse groups in our colleges and universities, particularly higher education. अब मैं थोड़ा इसको लेकर बात कहूं मैं, जेंडर इश्यू एंड इंक्लूजन, और उसी के साथ बात आ जाएंगी नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन एंड एंटी हैरेसमेंट रूल्स. आप माने ना माने, गवर्नमेंट हैज come to know that at the student level discrimination is made. अब इंडिविजुअल किसी को कहना ठीक नहीं है, but there is discrimination. At the same time, you know that ragging things are there, harassments are taking place there. आपको एग्जाम्पल शायद आपको ने सुना होगा कि पिछले साल के फरवरी महीने में कलकत्ता में किसी ट्रेनिंग डॉक्टर का रेप किया गया था, और एक दो महीने में ये सारी चीजें होती रहती है. मैं इसको लाइटली नहीं ले रहा, कैजुअली नहीं ले रहा हूं, बट आई एम टेलिंग यू दैट these things are quite frequent in India. Now these things may be rare. हो सकता है कि महीने में एक घटना होना कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, but remember, in the times of the social media today, some incident that takes place in one corner of nation is known to the world in other corner. और ऐसे हालात में कहीं एक जगह किसी लड़की के साथ कुछ होना बहुत सारे पेरेंट्स पे इफेक्ट करता है, बहुत सारे लड़कियों पे इफेक्ट करता है. आप देख लेना, किसी घर में कोई 16-17 साल की लड़की है, या अभी जिसने 12वीं पास आउट किया है, उसका एडमिशन प्रोसेस चालू है, और अगर आपके अड़ोस पड़ोस में ऐसी कोई घटना घटित हो जाती है. नॉट ओनली द पेरेंट्स आर कंसर्न, बट दोज गर्ल्स who are there, they are also a little bit frightened. And sometimes it is possible that they may not be interested in pursuing higher education. So ये चीजें की तरफ ध्यान देना कॉलेज लेवल पे. Now let me move onward now. Now, what are the challenges? जैसे कि मैंने कहा था आपसे, sorry. Now we are in the last part. Again, sorry. I was telling you that in the very beginning that I will be focusing some points here. One thing, what is the present status? Sorry. So I was trying to focus certain things. The first focus point was in our higher education setup, what is the participation of the diverse groups? जैसे मैंने आपको फिगर के साथ बताया कि ये हमारे पास इतने यूनिवर्सिटीज है, इतने कॉलेजेस है, इतने एसआईएस है. फिर मैंने आपको बताया कि इसमें इतने स्टूडेंट एनरोल्ड है, और उसका जब हम बाइफर्केशन करते हैं तो देखते हैं कि एट द जनरल लेवल the GRE 28.4, but as we go into the detail, जब हम एसटीज की बात करते हैं, जब हम एसटीज की बात करते हैं, जब हम ओबीसीज की बात करते हैं, पर्टिकुलरली माइनॉरिटीज की बात करते हैं, तो हम देखते हैं कि वहां जीआर धीरे 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 कम हो जाता है. इसका मतलब इन ग्रुप से ज्यादा बच्चे, लड़के या लड़कियां उच्च शिक्षा में नहीं आ पाते. So that is the one thing that I do. Second thing I discuss here, what are the reasons of their not participating in higher education? मैंने बहुत सारे कारण गिने आपको. If they are not aware of the things, financial issue is there, geographical distance is there, language barrier is there, है ना? Then too much use of technology is there, and other most important thing was there that our courses, particularly traditional courses, have lost employment possibility or employment potential. तो इन सारे कारणों के चलते हमारे बच्चे या हमारे देश के बच्चे शिक्षा में नहीं आ पाते. दैट वाज द सेकंड पॉइंट. थर्ड पॉइंट आई डिस्कस जस्ट sometimes ago or some minutes ago, कि what this education policy says us to do to increase their participation. इन लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन बढ़ाने के लिए गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे क्या क्या इनिशिएटिव होने चाहिए और यूनिवर्सिटी या कॉलेज लेवल पे क्या क्या करना चाहिए, इसके बारे में भी ये पॉलिसी बात करती है। जैसे कि गवर्नमेंट से कहा कि आप इन लोगों के लिए अलग से फंड रिजर्व करो, एसीजेड बनाओ, उसके लिए ज्यादा यूनिवर्सिटीज बने, ज्यादा कॉलेजेस बने, ताकि बहुत सारे लोगों को उनके नजदीक में ही उच्च शिक्षा में एक्सेस। साथ ही साथ बात की थी कि एक स्ट्रॉन्ग सपोर्ट सर्विस सिस्टम होगा। देन सम गाइडलाइंस वे देयर फॉर कॉलेज एंड यूनिवर्सिटीज आल्सो, जैसे कि एडमिशन प्रोसेस इजी बनाइए, आप मेंटेनेंस सिस्टम लाइए, उनको सपोर्ट कीजिए, फाइनेंशियली कीजिए, सोशली कीजिए, इकोनॉमिकली कीजिए या फिर इमोशनली कीजिए। साथ ही साथ try to teach in local languages, try to follow the reservation policy strictly, and साथ ही साथ ये पॉलिसी ने कहा था कि नॉन डिस्क्रिमिनेशन शुरू बी देयर। स्टूडेंट को लेकर किसी भी प्रकार का भेदभाव नहीं होना चाहिए। ये कॉलेज की और यूनिवर्सिटी की जिम्मेदारी होगी, बच्चों को कोई भी किसी भी तरह प्रताड़ित ना करे, किसी भी प्रकार की हैरेसमेंट ना हो, किसी भी प्रकार के रैग। सो दीज आर द, I should say, prescriptives given by or prescriptions given by the policy. But apart from this, इतने सारी चीजों के बावजूद भी हम देखते हैं कि still there are some issues. इन सारे गाइडलाइन को फॉलो करने में या ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन लाने में फिर भी हमारे पास बहुत सारे चैलेंजेस है, एंड देयर आई विल डिस्कस वन। लास्ट के 5-6 मिनट रहे, कोई तो ओपन हो जाए यार। नेक्स्ट टाइम आई एम गोइंग टू से नो टू अधिक साहब। चलो
प्लीज ओपन योर कैमरास।
सब छोड़ दीजिए सर, आप छोड़ दीजिए, आप परेशान ना हो, लास्ट के 5 मिनट में छोड़ दीजिए। The biggest challenge is that to overcome which we are unable, we have failed, that is issue of employability of higher education programs. अब आप देखो, कोई भी गवर्नमेंट हो, कोई भी सिस्टम हो, हम जानते हैं कि हमारी शिक्षा सारे के सारे लोगों को एम्प्लॉयमेंट नहीं दे सकती या नहीं दे पाएगी। बट as the government, as the society, as the institution, we have failed to offer minimum level of employment of, and particularly some of our programs, जैसे कि मैंने शुरू में कहा था, हमारे programs in arts, programs in commerce, programs in science, or some other programs also, they do not offer any kind of स्किल एजुकेशन दे। देयरफॉर हम सीबीसीएस लाए हैं, इसलिए अब हमने स्किल एजुकेशन लाया है। अब ये बात हो जाएगी, धीरे धीरे बात बढ़ेगी। हम आर्ट्स में भी एसटीएम को हम इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं, मार्ट में भी स्किल एजुकेशन इंट्रोड्यूस कर रहे हैं। लेकिन आज की हमारी दिक्कत ये है, लगभग हमारे 40% कोर्सेस ऐसे हैं या 40% एनरोलमेंट रहने वाले कोर्सेस ऐसे हैं जिसमें लिस्ट पॉसिबिलिटी एम्प्लॉयमेंट। When I'm telling you or when I'm using the word employment, I don't mean only government jobs. I don't mean even private job. I mean to say even self-employment is not possible. लिटरेचर को लेकर ये करने वाला बच्चा सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट क्या कर सकता है, या किसी हिस्ट्री को लेकर बीए या एमए करने वाला बच्चा सेल्फ एम्प्लॉयमेंट भी क्या करेगा, उसको जॉब भी क्या मिलेगा। So this is one of the big challenges. How to incorporate employability in our traditional courses, which are more in number, is the big challenge. दूसरा चैलेंज यहाँ है सर कि नॉन अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ द डाटा ऑफ द डिफरेंट ग्रुप्स। जैसे कि मैंने शुरू में बताया था, हमने जनरल जीआर बताया, हमने आपको एससी का जीआर बताया, हमने आपको एसटी का जीआर बताया, बट I could not tell you the GR of OBCs. I could not tell you the GR of minority groups. I could not tell you the GR of PWDs. क्यों नहीं बता पाया मैं? The reason is that even the government doesn't have with it the exact data of their population. क्यों नहीं है? कि हमारा जब सेंसस होता है, हमारा लास्ट सेंसस हुआ था 2011, उस सेंसस में एससी एसटी का तो कॉलम था, लेकिन उस सेंसस में जाति का कॉलम नहीं था, जिसके तहत हमें ये पता चले कि इतनी सारी जातियां ओबीसी में है और इसका पॉपुलेशन में इतना पोर्शन। जब हमारे पास यही पता नहीं कि हमारे पास ओबीसी कितने हैं, हमें यही पता नहीं कि हमारे पास माइनॉरिटीज कितने हैं, हमारे पास यही पता नहीं कि हमारे पास पीडब्ल्यूडीज कितने हैं, अगर हमारे पास यही पता नहीं कि हम कितने लोगों की जरूरतों को पूरे करने जा रहे हैं, या मुझे यही पता नहीं कि मुझे कितने लोगों की जरूरतों को पूरा करना है। एक एग्जाम्पल मैं हमेशा देता हूँ, सर आपके पास पैसा है, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर सब कुछ है, और आपके घर में कोई प्रोग्राम है, लेकिन आपको यही पता नहीं है, आपको यही पता नहीं है कि आपके घर में कितने मेहमान आने वाले हैं। द सेम थिंग इज हियर, फाइनेंस इज नॉट इश्यू हियर। जैसे कि मैं एक ग्राउंड लेवल पे कह रहा हूँ, फाइनेंस इज नॉट इश्यू देयर, गवर्नमेंट हैज सम फंड फॉर एजुकेशन। हालांकि इसको मैं आगे लेकर थोड़ा डिसएग्री भी करूंगा, कंट्रास्ट भी हो जाएगा यार, लेकिन हमें यही पता नहीं हमारे पास ओबीसी कितने हैं, एसटी सॉरी ओबीसी कितने हैं, माइनॉरिटीज कितने हैं, तो उनके लिए बनाएंगे। सो टू डेवलप एनी स्कीम, द फर्स्ट थिंग दैट वी रिक्वायर इज डेटा। हमें कोई भी प्लान बनाने के लिए, कोई भी स्कीम लाने के लिए सबसे पहले हमारे पास जरूरत होती है कि उस टारगेट ग्रुप का डेटा क्या है। एंड अनफॉर्चुनेटली, जैसे कि मैंने शुरू में कहा, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया डज नॉट हैव exact data of OBCs, exact data of minorities, exact data of PWDs, and many more things. That is second issue. Third issue is financial concern. हालांकि मैं उससे वहां से कंट्रास्ट कर रहा हूं, कॉन्ट्रडिक्ट कर रहा हूं। Now, financial concerns are more things. आपने कई बार सुना होगा, कई बार ये कहा जाता है कि 6% ऑफ जीडीपी, सॉरी 6% ऑफ जीडीपी शुड बी स्पेंट ऑन एजुकेशन। ये बात हम लेट 60s से कहते आ रहे हैं, DS कोठारी कमीशन से ये बात को कहते आ रहे हैं कि हमारे जीडीपी का हर साल कम से कम 6% एजुकेशन पे खर्च होना चाहिए। लेकिन 17-18 तक हम मुश्किल से 4.5 या 4.4 तक गए थे। उससे ज्यादा सीरियस में बात आपको बताऊं, दुख की बात बताऊं, जब हम पिछले 2-3 साल के बजट देखते हैं सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के, या फिर आप स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की भी देख लीजिए, और फिर देख लो उसमें कि टोटल बजट का कितना वहां रिजर्व किया जाता है, कितना बजट एजुकेशन को दिया जाता है। अनफॉर्चुनेटली द बजट इज गोइंग डाउन। द फंड्स earmarked to education are going down or going reduce every day. जैसे कि मुझे याद है, इससे साल के पिछले साल 2.53% था, मैं फिगर दे रहा हूं, 2.53% था, पिछले साल हो गया है 2.51%, मतलब 2 मात्रा की कमी है। अगर मैं फिगर दूं तो 1,21,000 करोड़ था शिक्षा के लिए बजट, मेरे ख्याल से 22-23 में 1,21,000 करोड़ था शिक्षा के लिए बजट। वो पिछले साल हुआ है 1,14,000 करोड़, मतलब देर इज अ फॉल ऑफ ऑलमोस्ट 7,000 करोड़, एंड दिस फाइनेंशियल इश्यूज आर गोइंग टू पोज अ बिग प्रॉब्लम। कॉलेज बनाने के लिए पैसा लगता है, प्राइवेट कॉलेज हो कि गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज, उसके लिए पैसा लगता है, उसके लिए टीचर लगते हैं, उसके लिए लर्निंग रिसोर्सेज लगते हैं, उनके लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर लगता है, एंड यू नो दैट गवर्नमेंट आर ट्राइंग देयर हैंड। मैं आपको ये भी बात बता दूं कि आने वाले समय में ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्राइवेट कॉलेज बनेंगे, ज्यादा से ज्यादा प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटीज बनेगी, जहां फीस गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज से या फिर गवर्नमेंट कॉलेज से, गवर्नमेंट यूनिवर्सिटी से ज्यादा होगी, एंड आवर स्टूडेंट्स पर्टिकुलरली coming from poor families will not be able to pay that. And the last thing is here कि हमारे देश का, सोसाइटी का माहौल ऐसा होना चाहिए कि सबको सिक्योर लगे, सेफ लगे। किसी लड़कियों को भी किसी भी सिटी में जाने के लिए सेफ लगे, उसको इनसिक्योर फील न करे। बात सिर्फ देश के लोगों की नहीं है, जो बाहर देश से हमारे पास बच्चे आते हैं पढ़ने के लिए, उनको भी हमारे देश का सोशियो पॉलिटिकल माहौल सेफ लगे। लेकिन आज अगर आप पिछले कुछ सालों का एक ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड देखते हैं तो यू नो कि हमारे देश में कहीं न कहीं हर साल कुछ न कुछ दंगा, कुछ न कुछ रायट, कुछ न कुछ इश्यू हो जाते हैं। And such kind of incidents taking place in one corner of India are giving the bad impression of India in the world. और ऐसे हालात में फॉरेन बच्चों का हमारे पास आना कम हो जाता है। जैसे कि हालांकि मैं यहाँ फिगर नहीं दे रहा हूँ, लेकिन पिछले मतलब 19-20, 21 और 21-22 के फिगर मेरे पास है। 19-20 में लगभग 50,000 फॉरेन स्टूडेंट हमारे पास थे। 20-21 में वो 48,000 हो जाते हैं और 21-22 में वो 46,000 हो जाते हैं। मतलब हर साल हम देखते हैं कि 2-2 हजार बच्चे कम हो रहे हैं। तो व्हाट इज द रीजन? मैं बिल्कुल ये नहीं कहूंगा कि सिर्फ इसी वजह से हो रहे, लेकिन सर्टेन थिंग्स आर देयर। सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द इश्यूज देयर। द लास्ट थिंग आई मस्ट टेल यू, इस इश्यू के बावजूद भी, इस चैलेंज के बावजूद भी, द पिक्चर इज नॉट एंटायरली डार्क। There are some areas where we can improve, where we can bring improvement. जैसे कि सबसे पहले हमें डिजिटल डिवाइड को मिटाना पड़ेगा। मतलब एक ऐसा वर्ग है जिनके पास ये सारे साधन उपलब्ध है डिजिटल के लिए, और एक ऐसा वर्ग है जिनके पास कुछ नहीं है। ये डिजिटल डिवाइड की गैप मिटाना पड़ेगा। साथ ही साथ हमें डिजिटल लिटरेसी भी लानी पड़ेगी। मैं कल आज ही पेपर में पढ़ा मैं कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इज थिंकिंग टू इंट्रोड्यूस एआई फ्रॉम द 3rd स्टैंडर्ड। सर, आप मुझे कोई सुन रहा है तो प्लीज रेस्पॉन्ड टू मी। आज ही मैंने हिंदू पेपर में पढ़ा है, इज देयर समवन, कोई है जो मुझे कम से कम हाँ ना कहे? इज देयर समवन? कोई बात नहीं। देन ग्रोइंग स्पेस ऑफ प्राइवेट पार्टनर्स। आने वाले समय में प्राइवेट यूनिवर्सिटी ज्यादा बनेगी, प्राइवेट कॉलेज ज्यादा बनेगी, लेकिन उसको गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से रेगुलेशन उसका होना चाहिए, रेगुलेटिंग होनी चाहिए, नहीं उनको खुला छोड़ना नहीं चाहिए। एंड लास्ट थिंग, इक्विटी बेस्ड इंक्लूजन ऑफ एसईडीसीज। इक्विटी एंड इक्वालिटी इज डिफरेंस। देखो, इक्वालिटी मतलब सारे लोगों को सेम सपोर्ट देना, लेकिन इक्विटी का मतलब है जिनको जितनी जरूरत है उतना ही सपोर्ट देना। अगर इसको जरूरत नहीं तो उसको, अगर ही डजंट नीड, देयर इज नो सपोर्ट रिक्वायर्ड, बट दिस पर्सन नीड्स मोर सपोर्ट। So anyway, these are the things I had to say. अंत में मैं सारे लोगों का शुक्रिया कहूंगा कि कम से कम कुछ लोग तो मेरे साथ बने रहे थे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। अगर आप में से कुछ लोग मुझसे डिसएग्री होना चाहते हैं या कुछ ऐड करना चाहते हैं या कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं, तो आर मोस्ट वेलकम। हेलो,
यस, एनीवन हैविंग एनी क्वेरीज और कुछ ऑब्जर्वेशंस हो गए आपके?
कोई कुछ नहीं पूछेगा सर, जस्ट डोंट कंप्लीट द रिचुअल ओनली। नहीं, अगले बार तो मैं आतिक साहब को नहीं कहने जा रहा हूँ। चलो, हाँ, थैंक यू टीम MMTTC संत गाड़गे बाबा अमरावती एंड इंस्टीट्यूट जगदम्बा इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ इंजीनियरिंग एंड टेक्नोलॉजी यवतमाल एंड सम पीपल हु हैड बीन विजिबल विद मी। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर। आपकी इजाजत है मुझे लीव करने के लिए?
थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू सो मच।
हाँ,
यस सर, थैंक यू सो मच सर। थैंक यू सो मच सर।
थैंक यू।
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Okay, so participants, we will stop now. Regarding the feedback as well as program certificate, I have put up the message on our WhatsApp group. You can please go through that. And I am always thankful to all the participants, management of Jagdamba College of Engineering and Technology, especially Principal Sir, Secretary Dr. Vatile Sir, then Professor Sachin Sir, and Professor Vijay Bharambe sir for such a appreciable initiative they have taken for their institution. And with this note, We will stop now here, and I officially declare that